Imagine looking at the world around you, skyscrapers glowing against the night sky, highways buzzing with cars, smartphones lighting up in every hand, and realizing that beneath all this comfort and order lies a foundation soaked in fear, pain, and calculated cruelty. Empires didn't just rise, they were carved into existence with blades and chains. Borders weren't just agreed upon, they were forced into the land with fire and blood. The laws we follow, the flags we salute, the streets we walk down without thinking, all of them are quiet survivors of ancient brutality, echoes of people who were conquered, enslaved, silenced, or erased so that others could claim victory and call it civilization. From the screaming arenas of Rome to the shadowed plantations of the American South, from the broken treaties on stolen lands to the cold, fluorescent lights of modern prisons, there's a hidden pattern that connects the past to the present, a dark thread running through history straight into the heart of modern America. Tonight we're going to follow that thread, slowly, carefully, and see how much of our everyday life is still shaped by decisions made in blood centuries ago. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Long before kings carved their names into stone and armies marched beneath heavy banners, the world was quieter, softer at the edges, shaped by the slow rhythms of rivers and seasons rather than by the grinding gears of states. Along the curving floodplains of the Tigris and Euphrates, and along the long thread of the Nile, small groups of people moved between camps, following game, gathering wild grains, watching the sky for signs of rain or drought. Nights were dark but open. The horizon was not yet broken by towers or battlements, and the boundary between one band and the next was marked more by memory than by any visible line on the ground. The dangers they faced were direct and intimate: a sudden storm, a lurking predator, a bad year when plants failed and animals thinned. Violence existed as it had for tens of thousands of years, but it arrived in bursts, quarrels within a group, skirmishes between neighbors, rather than as an enduring structure built of mud brick and policy. Over time, the steady patience of human experimentation changed this landscape. People had learned that certain grasses, if sown and tended, could be coaxed into more reliable harvests, that certain animals, if kept close and bred selectively, would provide milk, meat, and labor in ways wild herds never could. In the broad arc later called the Fertile Crescent, fields of early wheat and barley began to lay a pale green haze over dark earth. In the Nile Valley, the river's predictable flood left behind ribbons of rich silt that invited the same careful work of planting and harvesting. With these new habits came something novel. Surplus, grain could be stored, animals could be counted, food could be set aside for seasons when the land grew lean. The community's future was no longer entirely at the mercy of the next hunt or the next gathering expedition. Surplus, however, quietly altered the balance of fear. Food in baskets or clay silos did not defend itself. A camp that had once been a temporary scattering of huts became a place full of visible promise, stacks of grain, tethered animals, tools, and pottery that had taken hours of labor to produce. For those who possessed these things, the world now contained a new anxiety, not just the fear that nature might fail them, but that other humans might come and take what they had so carefully stored. For those who did not possess these things, or who had suffered a poor harvest, there was a new tempting calculation to make about the risk and reward of approaching their better-fed neighbors with demands or weapons. The first walls rose out of this new tension, as physical answers to questions that had never been asked so sharply before. One of the earliest places where stone and earth were pulled up into a barrier was at a site that later excavators would call Jericho. Long before the biblical stories that made its name famous, people gathered around a spring in the Jordan Valley and wrapped their settlement in a thick wall of stone, several meters high. Near it stood a tower, rising above the clustered houses. The exact reasons for this construction are still debated, but whatever the mixture of practical defense, social organization, and ritual symbolism, the effect was unmistakable: a visible line between inside and outside, between those who belonged and those who did not. Within the circle of stone, people slept knowing that there was at least one more obstacle between them and whoever might approach in the night. Similar patterns appeared further east, where the twin rivers of Mesopotamia wound their way through low, flat country. Early villages that had once been loose gatherings of houses began, over generations, to knit themselves into more compact forms. Mud brick walls, at first perhaps built to keep out animals, or to hold back sudden floodwaters, became more deliberate fortifications. By the time of the great city of Uruk in the 4th millennium BCE, tradition remembered its walls as mighty works, long stretches of sun-baked brick enclosing temples, storehouses, and dense neighborhoods. Whether or not every detail of that memory is accurate, the archaeological remains show cities that took the idea of enclosure seriously. A wall was not an afterthought. It was integral to how the community understood itself, a ring that defined the place where its rules applied, and beyond which lay uncertainty. In the Nile Valley, the river itself was a kind of living wall, a narrow green corridor hemmed in by desert. Yet even there, in the late prehistoric and early dynastic periods, evidence emerges of fortified sites and settlements that prepared for more than just the annual rise of the water. As communities grew and began to compete for control of land, trade routes, and labor, the idea of defending territory with built structures became more pressing. Before Egypt was unified under a single pharaoh, rival centers in Upper Egypt likely clashed, and archaeological traces suggest fortifications and protective works. The eventual unification of the Nile Valley, remembered in ceremonial artifacts like the Nama palette, hints at struggles in which some communities learned that walls were not simply for keeping danger out, but also for holding power in. Physical barriers did more than change the way settlements looked. They altered the social fabric inside them. A wall needed to be built, maintained, and watched. This required coordination, someone to plan, someone to command, someone to stand guard at the gates. The presence of walls encouraged the emergence of roles that would slowly harden into hierarchies. Leaders who organized labor, specialists who worked in materials and construction, and increasingly, men whose task it was to be ready for violence on behalf of the community. A gate that could be closed also needed to be monitored. The flow of people and goods in and out had to be controlled, and with control came the power to decide who was welcome and who was suspect. Within these enclosed worlds, the perception of strangers shifted further. A face not recognized, a language not understood, a dress or accent unfamiliar. These became possible signs of danger rather than mere curiosities. The wall itself encouraged this division in the mind. There was an inside that was to be protected, and an outside from which threats might come. When harvests were good and trade was peaceful, the tension could remain low, but in years of scarcity or rumor, suspicion thickened like dust in the air. Stories spread of raids in distant villages, of caravans attacked on the road, of livestock driven off by unknown hands. Whether exaggerated or not, such tales sank into the consciousness of communities already primed to see their wealth as fragile and enviable. It was in this climate, part hope, part fear, that organized violence took on a new, more structured form. A raid was no longer just a sudden clash between neighboring groups. It could be planned by leaders who knew exactly how much grain lay in nearby settlements, how many animals grazed in their fields, and how thick or thin their walls might be. The same calculations were made in reverse by those considering defense. Watchtowers rose, gates were strengthened, ditches were dug, men trained with weapons, not only in hunting but in formation, learning to move together in lines or clusters, to shield one another behind wooden or leather barriers, to follow commands shouted from a vantage point. Violence began to acquire the qualities of craft and profession. In this setting, brutality started to crystallize into something more systematic. Defeating an enemy in the open field was one thing. Storming a walled settlement required methods that might involve burning crops, cutting off access to water, or threatening to kill non-combatants if the defenders did not open their gates. Once a wall was breached, There was often a terrible logic in making an example of the conquered, destroying their houses, seizing their possessions, enslaving survivors, or killing those deemed dangerous or useless. Such acts were not random eruptions of cruelty. They were understood as warnings to others, demonstrations that resistance would be met with overwhelming and unforgettable harm. The memory of these events lived on not only in scars and ruins, but in stories. Communities that had suffered a siege would remember it in laments and tales of loss. Those that had triumphed would commemorate their victory in boastful narratives, and eventually in inscriptions and carved reliefs. Over time, patterns emerged. The enemy was described as chaotic, animal-like, a threat to order. The defenders or conquerors were framed as guardians of stability, justified in whatever harsh measures they took. In this way, the practice of collective brutality began to clothe itself in a moral vocabulary. Walls and weapons were not just about taking and keeping resources, they became instruments in a larger drama of order versus chaos. Rulers, or those aspiring to rule, learned to place themselves at the center of this drama. The person who could build the strongest wall, who could command the most disciplined fighters, who could inflict the most decisive defeat on enemies, acquired a special aura. In some places, this aura was interpreted as evidence of favor from the gods. In others, it was woven into myths that blurred the line between human and divine. The leader's capacity for organized violence and for brutality when deemed necessary became a key argument in favor of their right to command. The community's safety and prosperity were said to depend on this stern, sometimes terrifying figure. As these patterns settled into place along the rivers of Mesopotamia and the Nile, the world slowly shifted toward the age of city-states and kingdoms. Within their walls, people plowed fields, baked bread, raised children, and made offerings in temples, all under the shadow of the understanding that their security rested on the willingness of their rulers to wield force. The boundary between acceptable and excessive brutality was not fixed. It was negotiated in practice case by case, but always within the assumption that some measure of harshness was necessary to preserve the community's fragile order against a dangerous outside. It is here in these early fortified landscapes that the long story begins of how fear, scarcity, and the desire for security hardened into organized violence and collective brutality. The same walls that protected people also taught them to see violence not as a last, desperate resort, but as a structured tool, a way to manage resources, populations, and behavior. In the next phase of this story, those tools would be refined further as leaders learned to carve their authority into stone, to stage pain as a public lesson, and to claim that the gods themselves stood behind their decisions. Inside the thickening clusters of mud brick houses and rising temple platforms of the early cities, once walls had been raised against the outside world, another kind of wall began to form, less visible yet just as real. It was built not from clay or stone, but from rules, threats, and carefully staged examples of what would happen to those who stepped beyond the lines drawn by those in power. In the city-states of Mesopotamia, and in other early centers of civilization, rulers gradually learned that their authority could be strengthened not only by defending their people from raids, but also by shaping behavior within the city through an organized system of law and punishment. The storage jars of grain, the herds, the workshops, the markets, all depended on a certain predictable order, and that order, they decided, could be maintained by making sure everyone understood that disobedience could end not just in loss, but in pain, mutilation, or death, displayed before many watching eyes. One of the earliest surviving windows into this new order is the law code attributed to Ur-Nammu, a king of the city of Ur, in the late 3rd millennium BCE. Written in Sumerian on clay tablets, it presents the ruler as a bringer of justice, a man who has eliminated violence and enmity and established equity in the land. Yet the justice it describes is not gentle. The text sets out a series of situations and consequences, linking specific actions to precise penalties. In many cases, the punishment is a fine measured in silver, a way of turning injury into calculable compensation. But beneath these monetary penalties lies a clear assumption that the king has the right to reach into the lives and bodies of his subjects, to decide who will pay, who will lose property, and who may face harsher measures if the offense is grave enough, or if the victim is of sufficiently high status. As the centuries passed, other rulers refined and expanded this approach until law itself became a visible monument to their power. The best-known example is the long legal text associated with Hammurabi, king of Babylon in the early 2nd millennium BCE. He had his laws carved into a tall stele of dark stone, with an image at the top showing him standing before the god of justice, receiving the symbols of authority from divine hands. Below this scene, in dozens of narrow columns of cuneiform, the stele lays out case after case, each beginning with an if and concluding with a then, mapping a world of contracts, injuries, false accusations, thefts, property disputes, and family conflicts. The prologue claims that Hammurabi has been appointed to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak, and to establish righteousness in the land, but the means by which he claims to achieve this are often severe and deliberately intimidating. Within this code appears the principle often summarized as an eye for an eye, the notion that physical injury should be answered in kind. If one man destroys the eye of another of equal rank, the law promises that his own eye shall be destroyed. If he breaks another's bone, his bone shall be broken. The text descends into further detail, describing consequences for builders whose shoddy work causes a house to collapse, for surgeons whose hands cause harm instead of healing, for sons who strike their fathers, for wives accused of adultery, for thieves caught in the act. Not every law demands bodily retaliation. In many situations a fine or restitution suffices, yet the code's repeated insistence that certain acts may lead to mutilation, execution, or other forms of intense suffering sends an unmistakable signal. The king's justice is not abstract. It is inscribed on flesh as well as stone. The code also sets out different penalties, depending on who harms whom. Society is divided into categories of free persons, commoners and enslaved people, and the cost of an injury or loss varies according to the social status of each party. A noble's harmed eye may call for physical retaliation, while the same harm to a person of lower rank may be answered with a sum of silver. In this way, the law becomes not only a way to regulate behavior, but also a stage upon which hierarchy is acted out and reinforced. Bodies become markers of status, and the scale of suffering that the law will inflict on an offender depends not just on what they have done, but on whose peace and dignity they have disturbed. The rulers who issued such laws did not rely on written words alone to impress their power upon their subjects. In palaces and temples, on stelae and reliefs, they had artisans carve scenes of triumph and punishment. These images show kings towering over bound captives, trampling enemies underfoot, raising weapons over kneeling figures, watching as defeated foes are led away in chains. In some scenes, dismembered heads or limbs are counted like trophies. In others, the king stands as a calm, almost serene figure amid heaps of the slain, a visual representation of order imposed on chaos. Those who walked the palace corridors or stood in audience halls would have passed before these images, absorbing the message that the ruler's control over life and death was both unquestioned and divinely sanctioned. Textual references from the ancient Near East and Egypt describe punishments that were designed to be not only painful but also conspicuous. Impalement, in which a condemned person was pierced by a stake and left on display, appears as a penalty for serious crimes, particularly those seen as threats to the state, such as rebellion or treason. Other punishments included the cutting off of hands, feet, ears, or noses, branding and blinding. These acts served multiple purposes at once. They removed perceived threats, marked offenders permanently so that their past transgression would always be visible, and turned the punished body into a kind of warning sign. Anyone who saw a mutilated face or a handless arm would be reminded of what could happen if they themselves stepped outside the lines of acceptable behavior. Such scenes of punishment were often carried out in public, near city gates, in squares or at the foot of temples. Ordinary people, going about their daily business, would find themselves in the presence of executions or other harsh penalties, sometimes as willing spectators, sometimes as uneasy onlookers, but always as potential learners of the lesson such spectacles were meant to impart. The ruler, represented by appointed officials or soldiers, stood behind these events as their ultimate author. The message was clear: order and protection were available, but they came at the price of accepting that the sovereign had the right to inflict extreme suffering when he judged it necessary. Religion and politics were tightly intertwined in this theatre of punishment. Hammurabi's laws, for example, do not present him as a mere administrator. They emphasize that he is fulfilling a commission from the gods, especially the god of justice, to establish right order on earth. Other kings made similar claims, describing themselves as shepherds set over their people by divine will, or as champions chosen to protect temples and uphold sacred boundaries. If the gods had entrusted them with such roles, then their acts of punishment could be framed not as personal cruelty, but as part of a cosmic duty. To obey the king was to submit to a higher order. To disobey him was to risk not only legal penalties but also divine displeasure. Over time, this combination of written law, religious justification, and public punishment became a deeply embedded political norm. It shaped how people thought about authority and justice. Parents warned their children about the consequences of theft and disrespect, not only because such acts were wrong in themselves, but because everyone knew that the city's peace rested on the ruler's readiness to punish. Merchants calculated the risks they took in contracts and trade disputes, mindful that disputes could escalate into formal judgments with heavy costs. Priests and scribes reinforced the idea that the maintenance of Ma'amt, or order, however each culture named it, might require severe treatment of those who threatened it. This did not mean that every ruler applied the law with equal harshness at all times. There were periods when kings issued decrees forgiving certain debts, or when local officials chose fines over mutilation in practice. Human relationships, economic needs, and political considerations all influenced how often the most extreme punishments were truly carried out. Yet the possibility of such punishments remained constantly present, and their occasional public enactment refreshed the memory of what the state could do. A king who could not or would not stage such displays might be seen as weak, inviting challenge from rivals within the city or from neighboring powers who measured strength partly in the capacity to punish. In this way, the city became not only a place of refuge within high walls, but also a stage where suffering was turned into a political language. Those on the safe side of the law could look upon a punished criminal and feel both fear and reassurance: fear at the vivid demonstration of what the state could do, and reassurance that the same state was supposedly hurling its harshness against those who endangered communal order. Those on the margins, or those who resented the ruler's authority, saw the same scenes with different eyes, perhaps recognizing their own vulnerability in the exposed bodies on display. In any case, brutality had become an accepted, even expected, component of maintaining rule. The patterns first seen in early city-states did not remain confined to those small territories. As polities merged, as kings conquered neighboring cities, and as regional powers began to spread their influence over wider lands, the logic of deterrence through pain traveled with them. What had once been a local performance of punishment for the inhabitants of a single city evolved into a tool for managing entire provinces and diverse populations. The same principles that underpinned the cutting off of a thief's hand or the impalement of a rebel at the city gate were scaled up to justify the devastation of resisting towns, the mass deportation of captured communities, and the deliberate use of terror to keep distant regions in line. Thus, from written codes and carved images, from public executions and mutilations, grew a broader understanding that rulers could and should use organized brutality as an instrument of policy. This understanding would find some of its most concentrated expression in the rising empires of the first millennium BCE, where kings commanded not just a single city behind its walls, but sprawling domains held together by armies, administrators, and a calculated readiness to make examples of those who defied them. When the cities of the ancient Near East began to knit themselves into something larger than any one set of walls could contain, the logic of punishment and deterrence that had once operated at the scale of a single gate or marketplace was lifted up and stretched across whole landscapes. In the early first millennium BCE, kings in the northern Mesopotamian city of Ashur and its successor capitals shaped what would become known as the Neo-Assyrian Empire, a power that extended at its height from the mountains of Anatolia to the plains of Egypt and the shores of the Persian Gulf. To govern such a spread of peoples, languages, and local loyalties, they did not simply rely on treaties, tax agreements, and diplomatic marriages. They turned the older city-state traditions of public brutality into a vast imperial system, in which terror was not an accident of war but a deliberate instrument of policy. The earlier codes had promised that a criminal might lose an eye or a hand. The Assyrian kings promised that resisting cities could lose their very existence, and they recorded these promises in the stone and clay of their royal inscriptions, as calmly as a scribe might list the contents of a storeroom. Assyrian royal annals from the reigns of kings such as Ashur-Nisirpal II, Tiglath-Pileser III, Sargon II, Sennacherib, and Ashur-Banipal describe campaigns in which captured cities were not merely defeated, but systematically humiliated and depopulated. When an enemy town refused to submit, the king's armies might surround it, cut off its water, and batter down its gates. Once inside, they claimed to burn houses, destroy walls, and seize goods, livestock, and people. The descriptions of what happened to the defenders, especially rebel leaders, are marked by a cold, repetitive precision. Some were impaled on stakes around the ruins, others flayed alive with their skins then displayed on city walls, still others beheaded, their skulls piled at entrances as grim trophies. These accounts, while surely stylized and exaggerated in places, were meant to be heard and repeated, reminding both actual and potential subjects that Assyria's anger could be both inventive and thorough, and that disobedience could draw down on a community not just defeat, but annihilation. Yet the violence of Assyria was not only spectacular, it was also deeply administrative. One of the most characteristic tools of Neo-Assyrian rule was mass deportation, the forced relocation of large segments of conquered populations to other parts of the empire. After suppressing a revolt or annexing a new region, Assyrian officials might gather thousands of inhabitants, craftsmen, soldiers, farmers, nobles, and their families, and march them hundreds of kilometers to previously settled Assyrian cities, or to newly founded garrison towns. In their place, colonists from other parts of the empire were settled, creating a patchwork of communities whose mixed origins made unified local resistance more difficult. To the imperial center, deportation served several purposes at once. It weakened potential rebel bases, provided labor and skills to areas that needed them, and demonstrated in the most literal way that the king had the power to uproot and transplant human beings, as if they were crops in a field. The frescoes and reliefs that lined palace halls in places like Nimrud and Nineveh turned these policies into a kind of permanent visual narrative. Long stone panels showed processions of captives, trudging under guard, carrying their belongings or the dismantled parts of statues and temple treasures, as well as scenes of sieges, burning gates, and the punishments inflicted on captured rulers. Thick beards and carefully carved muscles gave the Assyrian monarch a sense of invincible solidity, while the smaller, sometimes contorted figures of enemies communicated helplessness and despair. For visiting dignitaries, provincial governors, and local elites summoned to the royal court, walking through these corridors meant walking through a curated gallery of imperial brutality, one that taught them what kind of power they were dealing with, and what might befall those who misread its limits. It would be a mistake, however, to see this imperial terror as uncontrolled rage. The Assyrian kings also issued instructions to their governors about tax collection, road maintenance, and the provision of supplies to the army. They appointed officials to oversee archives, storehouses, and temple estates. They corresponded about the movements of enemy forces, the health of trade routes, and the behavior of vassal kings. Brutality sat alongside bureaucracy, woven into the same fabric of governance. Deportations were organized with care, requiring lists of names, estimates of numbers, and coordination of transport and resettlement. Executions and mutilations, though presented in blood-soaked language, were often limited to specific categories of offenders: rebellious leaders, defiant city elders, stubborn aristocrats, chosen precisely because harming them would carry the greatest symbolic weight. The empire's violence was thus selective and communicative, designed to create lasting images in memory at the lowest possible cost in resources. In the shadow of Assyria's practices, other powers took note and adapted. When the Assyrian Empire finally fractured under internal strain and external attacks, its techniques did not vanish. They were taken up, adjusted, and sometimes softened by the polities that followed. The Neo-Babylonian kingdom, which rose in Mesopotamia in the late 7th century BCE, continued the use of deportations, famously relocating segments of the population of Judah to Babylonia after the destruction of Jerusalem's temple. The Achaemenid Persian Empire, which eventually absorbed Babylon and spread its authority from the Aegean to the Indus, implemented a somewhat different style of rule, presenting its kings as benevolent protectors of diverse peoples, respecting local cults and traditions, and emphasizing harmony within a grand imperial order. Yet even in this more accommodating framework, the old tools of destructive force and forced movement remained available when necessary. Persian kings such as Darius I and Xerxes boasted of crushing rebellions in their inscriptions, listing the lands that had risen against them and describing how their armies subdued these uprisings. While Persian propaganda tended to highlight restoration and mercy after punishment, the underlying message was still that imperial authority rested on the capacity to make a harsh example of those who refused tribute and obedience. Satraps, provincial governors, operated within a network of roads, way stations, and fortified centers, backed by royal troops and garrisons positioned to respond swiftly to unrest. When a city defied the king, it risked not only military defeat, but also the loss of its elites, its walls, or its special privileges, creating a climate in which most communities found it prudent to accept Persian overlordship in exchange for internal autonomy and relative peace. Across these empires, from Assyria's iron-edged campaigns to Persia's more measured combination of force and integration, brutality had been normalized as one of the basic levers of rule. Administrators discussed deportations and punitive expeditions in the same breath as they discussed tax quotas and building projects, treating them as different aspects of the same task, keeping a large, multi-ethnic, multilingual territory functioning under a single center of command. For ordinary people, this meant living with a constant awareness that their lives were tied not only to local harvests and family fortunes, but also to distant decisions taken in capitals they might never see. A rumor of rebellion in a neighboring province, a traveling merchant's tale of a city razed, or the sudden appearance of imperial troops could all signal that the machinery of organized terror was in motion again, with unpredictable consequences for those who happened to stand in its path. What these empires accomplished beyond the particular conquests recorded on their stelae was the embedding of cruelty into the routines of governance at a scale far larger than any one city. They demonstrated that deportations could be planned like trade caravans, that massacres could be justified as necessary demonstrations of royal justice, and that the destruction of a single town might be framed as a gift of stability to many others. This way of thinking, once proven effective, would echo in later centuries wherever states sought to hold diverse populations together under a single authority. And while the names of Assyrian kings faded and the palaces of Nineveh and Nimrud crumbled into mounds, the idea that terror could be a rational tool of policy did not disappear with them. Instead, it flowed onward through time into new settings, ready to combine with other traditions of spectacle and control. In lands further west, along the coasts of the Mediterranean and deep into the Italian peninsula, another power was slowly emerging, one that would take the older Near Eastern practices of public pain and give them a new form, less focused on the sudden destruction of cities and more invested in the daily staging of suffering for crowds, hungry for reassurance that their order was unshakable. In its forums and amphitheaters, under open skies and within massive stone arenas, the Romans would refine the theatre of violence into a near-constant background presence, merging punishment, entertainment, and imperial identity in ways that would leave deep marks on later society's understanding of justice and authority. By the time Roman power began to spread beyond the Italian peninsula, the world had already seen cities razed, populations uprooted, and kings who ruled through fear. Yet Rome added something distinct to this long history of organized brutality. It did not abandon the harsh methods of conquest and repression developed by earlier empires, but it wrapped them in stone and ritual, in architecture and schedule, until violence itself became part of a shared civic experience. In Roman hands, punishment and killing were not only tools of control directed at distant subject peoples, they were also transformed into spectacles that ordinary citizens watched, discussed, and anticipated, woven into the rhythm of urban life in a way that blurred the boundary between justice, entertainment, and social identity. Streets, forums, and amphitheaters became stages upon which the Roman state demonstrated its capacity to inflict suffering, and where the watching crowd learned again and again who held power and who could be reduced to an example. The practice of crucifixion illustrates this fusion of spectacle and state violence with a stark clarity that has echoed through centuries. Crucifixion was a form of execution used across the Roman world, particularly for enslaved people, rebels, bandits, and those considered low status or dangerous outsiders. It was not merely a method of killing, it was a process extended over time and space, designed so that the condemned person's body would be visible to many. The victim was fixed to a wooden cross or stake and left in a public place by a road, on a hill, near a city gate, where passers-by would see the slow exhaustion, the strained limbs, the body exposed to weather and scavengers. Death could take hours or days, turning the execution into a kind of living warning. The message was that Rome did not simply remove threats quietly, it made them into signs, stretched out against the sky, of what awaited anyone who challenged its authority from below. Roman crucifixions were often carried out in the aftermath of uprisings and slave revolts, when authorities wished to make it abundantly clear that resistance would be answered not only with defeat, but with lingering, public humiliation. After the rebellion led by Spartacus in the 1st century BCE was crushed, Roman sources describe crucified bodies lining the Appian Way, a long row of condemned men fixed along a main road leading into the city. The accuracy of every detail in such accounts is hard to verify, yet the image itself, whether perfectly literal or somewhat stylized in memory, captures the intention behind Roman use of this punishment. The execution site became an extension of imperial rhetoric, telling anyone who traveled that road that Rome's power could transform human beings into mute, suffering markers of its dominance. While crucifixion was a grim, static spectacle, the Roman amphitheater offered a different, more varied form of staged violence, one in which the crowd's attention could move from event to event, from one form of suffering to another, under the open sky and surrounded by layered ranks of stone seats. The development of gladiatorial games has roots in earlier Italic funerary practices, where combat between armed men was associated with honoring the dead. Over time, especially during the Republic and early Empire, these bouts evolved into elaborate, state-sanctioned performances. In cities across the empire, but most famously in Rome's Great Flavian Amphitheatre, known today as the Colosseum, gladiators fought in front of thousands of spectators, their clashes organized into carefully scheduled programs that might also include hunts of exotic animals, reenactments of famous battles, and executions of condemned criminals. The architecture of these arenas reflected and reinforced social order. Seating was arranged according to status, with senators and equestrians closest to the action, ordinary citizens further up, and women, the poor, and sometimes enslaved people in the highest tiers. From their places, spectators look down upon the sand, watching armored fighters trained in specialized schools, many of them enslaved or condemned men, sometimes volunteers seeking fame or payment, who risked their bodies for the crowd's approval. The edge of death was never far from these displays, even if many contests ended with both participants surviving. When a gladiator was wounded and lay on the ground, the decision to spare or kill often rested with the editor, the official who sponsored the games, while the crowd's shouts expressed approval or displeasure. In this way, the population participated emotionally in a system where bodily harm was an accepted currency of entertainment, and where the state's authority to take life was dramatized under the guise of spectacle. The Roman arena also became a site for public executions that were staged as part of the day's program, especially at midday when the audience might otherwise grow restless between gladiatorial bouts. Condemned criminals, prisoners of war, and those deemed enemies of the state could be subjected to a variety of punishments in full view of the crowd. Some were simply killed by the sword. Others were subjected to more elaborate methods, including being thrown to wild animals in events known as damnatio ad bestias. In these episodes, the boundaries between punishment, religious ritual, and entertainment dissolved further. The condemned person's death served legal purposes, satisfying the supposed demands of justice. It might be framed as an offering or spectacle pleasing to the gods, and it also functioned as a dramatic interlude for the gathered public, whose presence transformed the execution into a communal experience. Behind these spectacles lay a vast structure of conquest and enslavement that supplied bodies for the arena and for the broader Roman system of exploitation. As Rome expanded through Italy, the Mediterranean, and beyond, it captured and enslaved large numbers of people from defeated communities. War captives could be sold in markets, put to work in households, mines, and estates, or selected for the arena. Mass enslavement after major battles or sieges was not incidental. It was part of the expected outcome of Roman victory. This influx of enslaved labor shaped the Roman economy and social landscape, enriching elite households and making it possible for large numbers of citizens to devote time to politics, patronage, and leisure. At the same time, the very presence of so many enslaved people, visible everywhere in urban and rural life, reinforced the idea that some humans could be treated as living property, subject to sale, punishment, and disposal without recourse. In law, enslaved people occupied a precarious position. They were considered things rather than legal persons, lacking the rights enjoyed by citizens and even free non-citizens. A master could punish an enslaved person with beatings, forced labor, or death, subject to certain evolving limits, but still far beyond what would be tolerated in the treatment of a free Roman. When a master was murdered, Roman practice in some periods required that all enslaved people under that roof might be executed, on the assumption that they had failed in their duty to protect him or were potential participants in the crime. Brutality in this context was both private and public. Private in the sense that it could take place within a household, unseen by the wider community, yet public in its acceptance and occasional spectacular display when enslaved people were punished as examples in judicial or arena settings. These overlapping realms of crucifixion, gladiatorial games, mass enslavement, and household coercion created a culture in which violence was not an anomaly, but a continuous background condition, taken for granted as part of how the Roman world worked. Children grew up hearing stories of famous gladiators and seeing crucified bodies on the roadside. Adults discussed the outcomes of games and the fates of rebels as naturally as they discussed weather or harvests. The state did not need constantly to remind its people that it possessed the power of life and death. The reminder was built into the city's physical and social fabric, from the shadow of the amphitheater to the legal codes that defined whose suffering counted and whose did not. Over time, these Roman practices influenced later societies in complex ways. The specific institutions of gladiatorial games disappeared, and crucifixion as a regular punishment fell away. Yet the idea of public executions as events to be witnessed by many, and of punishment as a spectacle that teaches lessons to onlookers, lingered in European and Mediterranean cultures. traditions of mass enslavement connected to conquest also persisted, later merging with new economic and ideological systems as Europeans began to look beyond their own seas. The Roman example showed that a society could integrate brutal practices deep into its sense of normalcy, so long as those practices were wrapped in ritual, law, and architecture that made them appear orderly and meaningful. In this way, the Roman world did not simply add another chapter to the long story of state violence. It demonstrated how thoroughly a society could normalize the sight of inflicted pain, and how that normalization could coexist with a sophisticated legal system, impressive engineering, and vibrant cultural life. The legacy of such normalization would prove enduring, and it would feed into later forms of exploitation and dehumanization, where the reduction of some people to the status of bodies to be used, displayed, or discarded would cross seas and continents, planting seeds for systems of bondage whose consequences would reach into the modern age. Long before ships began crossing the Atlantic with human beings chained in their holds, the idea that a person could be owned, bought, and sold had already been worn deep into human habits. Across the ancient Mediterranean, the Middle East, and large parts of Africa, slavery existed in many forms and under many names, woven into daily life in ways that made it seem as ordinary as the changing of seasons. In fields and quarries, in workshops and kitchens, in temples and garrisons, there were people whose labor, bodies, and futures were considered the property of others. The brutality of this condition did not always announce itself with whips and chains. Sometimes it appeared in quieter forms, in ledgers and contracts, in inheritances and dowries. Over generations, societies learned to live with the presence of those who were legally reduced to things, and this long practice carved channels in thought and economy through which later, more massive currents of human commodification would flow. In the kingdoms and city-states of Mesopotamia, where law codes were first written on clay tablets, slavery appeared as one thread in a complex social tapestry. People could become slaves through war, capture, punishment for crimes, or the selling of oneself or one's children to pay debts. In households and temples, enslaved men and women worked as servants, laborers, and assistants to scribes and priests. Tablets record transactions in which slaves are listed alongside livestock and goods, with prices assigned to them in silver. At the same time, some of these individuals could marry, accumulate small amounts of property, or occasionally purchase their own freedom. The boundaries between enslaved and free were not always simple, but the underlying assumption remained stable. A human life could be measured, transferred, and controlled as part of another person's wealth. Along the Nile, in the kingdoms of ancient Egypt, slavery took similarly varied forms. War captives from Nubia, Libya, or later from Near Eastern campaigns were brought into Egypt and assigned to work on estates, in temples, and on large-scale projects. In tomb paintings and reliefs, foreigners with distinctive dress and hairstyles appear in chains, led before pharaohs or officials, their submission presented as a sign of royal power. Some enslaved people served in elite households as domestic staff, others labored in fields or quarries, their efforts helping to sustain the grandeur visible in monumental architecture and fine goods. Over time, certain enslaved individuals could rise to positions of trust, but the basic legal framework defined them as dependent, with limited control over their own movement and labor. Their existence reinforced the idea that conquest naturally yielded both land and human spoils. In the Greek world, the presence of slaves was more visible and acknowledged, yet not less entrenched. In classical Athens, where philosophers debated the nature of justice and citizenship, a significant portion of the population was enslaved. They worked as household servants, artisans, miners, and agricultural workers, and some served as public slaves, performing official functions. The city's silver mines, for example, relied heavily on enslaved labor, exposing those who toiled underground to harsh and dangerous conditions. Philosophers such as Aristotle attempted to rationalize the institution by arguing that some people were natural slaves, suited by their supposed inferiority to serve others. This concept placed an intellectual veneer over practices that might otherwise have been seen as pure domination, suggesting that slavery was not just a historical accident, but an alignment with an imagined natural order. The expansion of Greek influence through colonization and conquest fed into networks of human trade that connected the Aegean world to the Black Sea, Asia Minor, and beyond. In bustling ports, markets for enslaved people stood beside markets for grain, wine, and pottery. Traders specialized in moving captives from one region to another, taking advantage of wars, raids, and political instability to supply demand. A person captured in a frontier skirmish might find themselves transported hundreds of kilometers from home, their identity gradually reduced in official records to a name, a gender, a price. In this environment, the idea of buying and selling humans was normalized not only in law but in the everyday experience of merchants and customers. Rome did not invent slavery, but it amplified and systematized it on a scale that left deep marks on the ancient Mediterranean. Roman conquest flooded the Italian peninsula and later the wider empire with captives taken in war. Defeated populations were often divided, some killed, some ransomed, many sold into slavery. Estates, or latifondia, in Italy and provincial territories came to rely heavily on enslaved labor to grow crops, tend herds and maintain infrastructure. In cities, enslaved people worked as craftsmen, tutors, clerks, and domestic servants. Roman law defined the enslaved as property, lacking legal personhood, though in practice some could manage money, form families, and even be freed through manumission. Still, the fundamental power imbalance remained. A master could punish, separate, or sell them, and the state would usually recognize this as a legitimate exercise of ownership. As the Roman Empire interacted with neighboring regions, including North Africa and the Near East, it plugged into wider patterns of human mobility and exploitation. Caravans and ships carried not only spices, textiles, and metals, but also human beings from one slave market to another. The Mediterranean became a basin in which different traditions of enslavement mingled, each reinforcing the idea that social and economic systems could rest upon the subjugation of others. To many free inhabitants of this world, the presence of slaves was so common that it could be used as a metaphor. Language absorbed the notion that to be utterly subject to something was to be its slave, even as actual slaves moved silently through streets and fields, their lives shaped by coercion. Beyond the Mediterranean, in the broader Middle East and across parts of Africa, other systems of slavery developed, some of which would later intersect with both Islamic and Christian expansion. In various African societies, forms of servitude existed that ranged from household dependency to more severe chattel-like bondage. People might be enslaved as a result of being captured in war, convicted of crimes, or unable to pay debts. In some regions, these individuals could be integrated into the kinship system over time. In others, they remained clearly marked as subordinate, their children inheriting their status. Trade routes crossing the Sahara and connecting the interior of Africa with North Africa and the Middle East carried enslaved people alongside gold, salt, and other goods, creating early pathways along which human lives were treated as commodities. With the rise of Islamic caliphates, existing practices of slavery in the Middle East were reshaped but not abolished. Islamic law placed certain limits and conditions on enslavement, distinguishing, for example, between free believers and non-believers, and laying out rules for manumission and treatment. Nevertheless, large numbers of enslaved people were employed in households, armies, and plantations. In some cases, enslaved soldiers rose to positions of great influence, blurring the line between servitude and power, yet their original status as property remained part of the structure that had brought them into those roles. Trade in enslaved Africans, Turks, Slavs, and others fed into markets stretching from Al-Andalus to Central Asia, embedding slavery more deeply into regional economies and political systems. Across all these settings, a common thread can be seen. Generation after generation grew up in worlds where owning other humans was presented as normal, practical, and sometimes even divinely sanctioned. Laws, philosophical arguments, religious texts, and economic practices converged to make slavery appear not as a transient brutality but as a stable feature of civilized life. While there were voices of unease, acts of resistance, and occasional reforms, the dominant pattern remained that of acceptance. Those who benefited from enslaved labor often found ways to think of their dependents as somehow lesser, whether because of origin, religion, perceived character, or misfortune. This mental habit of ranking human worth, of imagining that some people's suffering was an acceptable price for others' comfort, became one of the deepest legacies of the ancient world. When, many centuries later, European powers began to expand across the Atlantic, they carried with them this long inheritance. The idea that war captives could be enslaved, that foreign peoples could be reduced to laboring bodies, that law could distinguish sharply between those who owned and those who were owned, did not have to be invented anew. What changed was the scale, the racialized ideologies that grew around the institution, and the geography of the trade. Ancient experiences in the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and Africa had already proven to merchants and rulers that human beings could be moved across long distances, organized into labor forces, and integrated into economic plans as if they were livestock or tools. The transatlantic slave trade would magnify these patterns until they spanned oceans, but its roots lay in a much older soil, prepared by millennia of smaller yet persistent brutalities. Within this deep background, religious ideas would play a complicated role, sometimes justifying enslavement, sometimes challenging it, often entangled with politics and identity in ways that made pain seem sacred or necessary. As beliefs spread and collided, the notion that suffering could serve higher purposes would lend new energies to old forms of cruelty, and would color the ways societies thought about who deserved mercy and who could be sacrificed in the name of faith, order, or salvation. As empires shifted and new creeds spread across the old landscapes of power, the human capacity for brutality did not vanish. It merely learned to speak a different language. Where earlier kings had invoked order and royal justice to justify the infliction of pain, later rulers and religious authorities began to frame suffering in terms of faith, purity, and salvation. In late antiquity and the medieval centuries that followed, the bodies of believers and unbelievers, heretics and outsiders, became sites upon which spiritual anxieties were written in fire and iron. The question was no longer only how to keep cities obedient or provinces quiet, but how to defend what was held to be ultimate truth against deviation and doubt. In this frame, cruelty could be recast as care, and torment as a harsh but necessary medicine applied to diseased souls. In the early centuries of the Roman Empire, followers of the new Christian movement often experienced the state's violence from below, as a persecuted minority accused of impiety and disloyalty. Some emperors, fearing that refusal to sacrifice to traditional gods might anger the divine powers or weaken civic unity, ordered Christians to choose between public conformity and punishment. Executions in arenas, imprisonment and forced labor became part of Christian memory, and martyrdom stories retold again and again the theme of faithful endurance under torture. These narratives gave spiritual meaning to physical suffering, presenting it as a path to eternal reward and a testimony against worldly power. The idea that pain could be sanctified, that the body's torment could serve a higher purpose, took root in imagination and ritual. When Christianity moved from marginalized sect to imperial religion in the 4th century, this relationship to power inverted without erasing the old imagery. Now it was Christian emperors and bishops who stood closer to the instruments of coercion. Initially, many debates within the emerging church were handled through councils, sermons, and letters, yet as doctrinal conflicts deepened, the temptation to call upon the state's force grew stronger. Disputes over the nature of Christ, the Trinity, or the correct date of Easter might seem abstract, but to those who believed that wrong belief endangered souls and threatened divine favor upon the community, they carried enormous weight. Laws began to appear that restricted the building of temples for traditional polytheist worship, penalized certain heretical Christian groups, and linked theological correctness with access to civic life. In this climate, the figure of the heretic emerged as a special kind of internal enemy. Unlike an external foe, the heretic shared language and scripture, but was said to twist them, to lead the simple astray, and fracture the unity of the church. Over time, some influential theologians argued that coercion could be justified in dealing with such people. If a person's error was likely to drag others into damnation, then compelling them to return to orthodoxy, even through harsh measures, might be seen as an act of tough love. The language of discipline, borrowed from family life and monastic practice, could expand outward until the entire population was imagined as a kind of flock that might occasionally require the shepherd's rod to keep from wandering into spiritual danger. As the Western Roman Empire crumbled and new kingdoms took shape in Europe, Christian institutions survived as carriers of written culture and spiritual authority. Kings sought blessing from bishops, monasteries accumulated land, and church councils continued to define doctrine. In this world, religious dissent became entangled with questions of political loyalty and social order. Groups that rejected established structures, whether they were small ascetic communities, local prophets, or organized movements, were often viewed with suspicion. The line between spiritual deviation and social rebellion was easy to blur. When rulers feared instability, accusations of heresy could provide a ready-made frame within which to understand and suppress those who appeared threatening. At the same time, Christian majority societies in medieval Europe developed fraught relationships with Jewish communities living among them. Jews were usually granted a legal status that allowed them limited protection and certain economic roles, yet they were also marked as religious others whose refusal to accept Christian claims was read as stubbornness or blindness. Preaching, polemic, and popular tales depicted Jews as spiritually dangerous, capable of corrupting Christians or harming sacred objects. This tension periodically erupted into violence, forced disputations, pressure to convert, expulsions from towns or kingdoms, and at times massacres. Although formal doctrine might enjoin protection of Jewish life, the underlying habit of associating religious difference with danger made it easier for rulers and mobs to rationalize harm when circumstances aligned. In the wider Mediterranean and Near Eastern world, Islamic empires were also grappling with the problem of defining orthodoxy and handling dissent. Early caliphs presided over communities that included diverse interpretations of scripture and law, alongside Christians, Jews, and followers of other faiths. Islamic jurisprudence outlined rules for the treatment of non-Muslims under Muslim rule, granting them protected status in exchange for a special tax, yet reserving full political participation for Muslims. Within Islam itself, disagreements over theology and leadership gave rise to distinct schools and sects. At times, rulers attempted to enforce particular doctrinal positions, such as during the Minor and Inquisition-like period in the 9th century when certain caliphs sought to impose specific teachings about the nature of the Quran. Scholars who resisted could face imprisonment, flogging, or dismissal, and while this particular episode eventually ended, it exemplified the tension between religious conscience and state-backed orthodoxy. In medieval Western Europe, the structures of persecution became more formalized as church and secular authorities developed procedures to investigate, judge, and punish alleged heresy. In the 12th and 13th centuries, movements such as the Cathars in southern France and certain radical reformers in other regions attracted both popular support and harsh condemnation. When preaching and local repression seemed insufficient, the Church sanctioned crusades against Christian heretics, mobilizing armies under spiritual banners not only against distant non-Christians but against fellow inhabitants of Europe. The Albigensian Crusade, aimed at rooting out Cathar belief, combined military campaigns with sieges, massacres, and the reordering of territorial control. Here, the logic of holy war, first articulated for expeditions to the eastern Mediterranean, was turned inward, and violence against fellow Christians was framed as a necessary step to purify Christendom. To handle cases that did not rise to the level of open warfare, inquisitorial procedures evolved. Church-appointed inquisitors traveled through regions suspected of harboring heresy, preaching, accepting denunciations, interrogating witnesses, and offering opportunities for confession. Those who admitted error and submitted to penance might receive relatively mild sentences, such as pilgrimages, restrictions on movement, or the wearing of distinctive clothing. Those who were judged obstinate or relapsed could face imprisonment, or in cooperation with secular authorities, execution, often by burning. Torture, while not initially a standard tool, was gradually admitted under regulated conditions as a way to extract confessions, with manuals and guidelines attempting to place limits on its use. Nonetheless, once pain had been authorized as a means of revealing truth, the door was open for widespread abuse, and the spectacle of punishment once again became an accepted part of defending order. In many of these practices, the language used by authorities was that of medicine and guardianship. Souls were imagined as patients infected by false teaching. Communities were described as bodies threatened by disease. Cutting away a diseased limb, cauterizing a wound, or purging harmful substances were metaphors employed to justify the expulsion, silencing, or execution of those labeled heretics. A judge or inquisitor might speak of acting out of charity, claiming that by compelling confession or eliminating a dangerous teacher, he was protecting many from eternal harm. This rhetoric did not erase the reality of the torments inflicted, but it provided a moral framework in which those inflicting them could see themselves as serving a higher good, rather than indulging in cruelty. The intertwining of spiritual and physical punishment did not remain confined to the treatment of explicit dissenters. In everyday life, corporal penalties could be linked to sins, with public penance rituals exposing adulterers, blasphemers, or other offenders to humiliation, and sometimes to physical chastisement. Religious festivals occasionally incorporated symbolic reenactments of suffering, from passion plays depicting the crucifixion to processions involving self-flagellation in times of plague or crisis, as people sought to imitate sacred pain in hopes of gaining divine favor. The boundaries between voluntary and involuntary suffering, between personal devotion and imposed discipline, could become blurry. In all these settings, the body was seen as a canvas upon which spiritual realities might be displayed, whether chosen or coerced. Over centuries, these patterns created a deep association in many cultures between religious commitment and an acceptance of pain as meaningful. To endure suffering for the sake of faith could be presented as noble. To impose suffering on others for the sake of preserving true belief could be framed as a somber duty. This did not mean that all believers supported persecution, or that every religious leader endorsed harsh methods. There were always currents of critique, appeals to mercy, and episodes of tolerance. Yet the tools and justifications for sacred cruelty remained available, ready to be seized when authorities felt threatened or when broader social fears found a focus in accusations of impiety or heresy. As European societies gradually extended their reach beyond their own frontiers, these habits of mind and structures of enforcement traveled with them. The conviction that spiritual truth and moral order might legitimately be upheld by coercion, even by severe punishment, blended with older traditions of conquest and enslavement, and with new ambitions fueled by trade and exploration. The lands that lay beyond familiar coasts came to be seen not only as sources of wealth, but as arenas in which both political dominion and religious missions could be pursued, and where resistance, whether interpreted as rebellion against a king or rejection of a faith, might once again be met with disciplined exemplary brutality. When European societies began to look outward from their familiar shores, the habits and assumptions they carried with them were already shaped by centuries of warfare, religious conflict, and hierarchical control. The same world that had witnessed crusades preached as holy wars, inquisitions justified as instruments of spiritual care, and the steady use of corporal punishment to mark and correct sin now turned its gaze toward lands that lay at what seemed the edge of the known world. The Mediterranean, once the whole stage for many of their struggles, became a middle sea, a center from which ships could depart toward coasts that were at first dimly imagined and later carefully charted. In these movements, the line between exploration and conquest was thin. Curiosity about unfamiliar shores and peoples existed, but it traveled in the company of old reflexes to seize, to fortify, to impose belief, to rank human lives according to usefulness and conformity. Within Europe itself, the techniques of siege and plunder, honed over centuries of conflict, remained very much alive. Fortified towns learned to endure blockades and bombardment, while armies knew how to starve a city into submission or storm its walls with engines and ladders. In the Iberian Peninsula, the long series of struggles known as the Reconquista had familiarized Christian kingdoms with the language of reclaiming land in the name of faith, even when the practical outcome was the redistribution of estates and the displacement of Muslim and Jewish populations. Generations of knights, soldiers, and clerics grew up in this environment, where campaigns could be framed simultaneously as wars of territorial expansion and as battles for religious purity. When the last Muslim-ruled kingdom of Granada fell at the end of the 15th century, the same monarchs who received its surrender were preparing to sponsor voyages westward, carrying with them both the confidence of recent victory and the patterns of thought that had made that victory thinkable. To the north and east, other European powers engaged in their own expansions and conflicts, pushing against pagan or non-Christian communities, consolidating control over borderlands, and experimenting with forms of rule that combined military presence, missionary activity, and economic exploitation. In the Baltic, crusading orders had waged campaigns against local populations, building castles that served both as military bases and administrative centers, and demanding tribute along with formal conversion. These experiences reinforced a mental map in which regions beyond the frontier were seen as zones to be brought into order, where reluctance or resistance might legitimately be met with organized force. The language of salvation, the rhetoric of bringing light to darkness, accompanied the construction of fortifications and the extraction of resources. Meanwhile, along the Atlantic coasts, maritime skills were quietly accumulating. Fishermen had long worked the waters off Ireland, Brittany, and the Iberian shores. Merchants sailed between ports carrying salt, wine, cloth, and grain. Yet, in the late medieval and early modern periods, certain kingdoms began to invest more heavily in systematic exploration, driven by a mixture of motives: the desire to bypass intermediaries in trade with Asia, the search for gold and other precious commodities, and a restless ambition to extend worldly and spiritual influence. Portuguese navigators edged their way down the west coast of Africa, establishing fortified trading posts and experimenting with sugar cultivation on Atlantic islands such as Madeira and São Tomé. In these ventures, they drew upon existing patterns of slavery and servitude, adapting them to plantation agriculture and maritime commerce. On these islands and coastal enclaves, the fusion of old and new forms of brutality became more pronounced. Local populations, when present, were often coerced into labor or displaced. Enslaved people brought from different parts of Africa were set to work in fields and mills, their lives bound to the demands of cash crops destined for distant markets. Fortified warehouses and small garrisons enforced European control, while missionaries preached and baptized, inscribing Christian rituals into lives already reshaped by captivity and forced relocation. Violence here was not as spectacular as a crusade or a great siege, but it was no less real, woven into the daily routine of fields, ships, and ports. The island plantations and coastal forts became laboratories in which techniques of extraction, domination, and cultural imposition were refined before being scaled up elsewhere. The habit of rationalizing such practices was reinforced at every step. Official documents, royal chronicles, and religious writings described these ventures as civilizing missions, as efforts to bring true faith and proper order to regions previously ruled by ignorance or error. Differences of skin color, language, and custom were increasingly read as signs of deeper hierarchies, even if older religious categories still dominated formal discourse. The notion that some peoples could be legitimately subordinated because they were heathen, barbarous, or naturally suited to labor dovetailed with long-standing experiences of class and status distinctions within Europe itself. Those who directed the voyages and investments learned to think of distant bodies and lands as variables in their calculations, resources to be managed in pursuit of profit and prestige. When ships finally crossed the Atlantic and reached the Caribbean and the American mainlands, the encounter with indigenous peoples, whose societies ranged from small mobile bands to large urbanized polities, unfolded under the shadow of expectations formed in earlier Mediterranean and Atlantic theaters. Europeans arrived with memories of sieges, of fortified monasteries and castles, of towns sacked and populations reduced to dependency or exile. They carried with them the language of crusade, the belief that spreading Christianity and extending the authority of their monarchs were intertwined duties. They knew how to demand tribute, how to take hostages, how to interpret initial hospitality as an opportunity to establish permanent footholds. In these first decades of transatlantic contact, the role of brutality was not always immediately clear to the new arrivals. Some were stunned by the unfamiliar landscapes, the different crops, the variety of social structures among the peoples they met. There were moments of tentative exchange of curiosity and mutual observation, yet underlying these fragile interactions was a sharp asymmetry of intention and power. Europeans came from societies that had repeatedly treated military superiority and religious conviction as sufficient justification for domination. They had behind them centuries of practice in turning conquered peoples into laborers, taxpayers, or dependent allies. When indigenous communities resisted demands for submission, tribute, or religious conformity, the response drew heavily on these stored-up habits: punitive expeditions, the burning of villages, the taking of captives, and the deliberate use of terror to induce compliance. The tools of siege warfare were adapted to new contexts. Wooden palisades and earthworks replaced stone walls in some places, but the logic remained to occupy high ground, secure supply lines, and isolate centers of resistance. Alliances with certain indigenous groups were used to attack others, echoing older practices of playing neighboring polities against one another. Baptisms were sometimes administered en masse after a display of force, blurring the line between genuine spiritual transformation and coerced submission. Reports sent back across the ocean framed successes in terms familiar to courts and councils: lands claimed, souls converted, enemies subdued, potential riches identified. These early episodes of contact and conquest did more than reorganize power in specific regions. They helped solidify a transoceanic mindset in which distant territories could be seen as venues for the full exercise of European military, religious, and economic will. The Atlantic became not just a barrier but a conduit for the movement of people, goods, and ideas, including ideas about who counted as fully human, who could be dispossessed or enslaved, and what forms of violence were acceptable in pursuit of imperial goals. The techniques that had been applied in the Mediterranean, in the Baltic, along the African coasts, and on Atlantic islands could now be deployed on a much larger stage, with far-reaching consequences for both the colonizers and the colonized. Within this broad pattern, the specific histories that would lead to the emergence of colonies in North America, and eventually to the formation of the United States, began to take shape. Different European powers, Spanish, French, English, Dutch, and others, brought their own variations on the shared repertoire of conquest, trading posts, plantations, and missions. Despite their differences, they all operated within an inherited framework that accepted the displacement of indigenous peoples, the exploitation of their lands, and the introduction of enslaved labor as normal, even necessary components of expansion. The brutality that accompanied exploration at the so-called edge of the world thus cannot be seen as a sudden departure from European norms. It was rather an extension and intensification of long-established ways of dealing with those beyond the familiar circle of power and belief. As ships crossed back and forth and settlers began to imagine permanent lives on foreign soil, these methods hardened into colonial structures. What had once been exploratory footholds, precarious and experimental, turned into fortified towns, mission networks, and plantation zones. The old habits of siege, plunder, and forced conversion found new targets in forests, plains, and river valleys far from the stone cathedrals and walled cities of Europe, setting the stage for a long period in which entire continents would become arenas of dispossession and coerced labor on a scale that surpassed anything seen before. When European ships finally pushed beyond the familiar circuits of the Atlantic islands and West African coasts and reached the shores of the Americas, They arrived not as blank slate explorers but as carriers of long-established habits. Their hulls creaked with the weight of metal and provisions, but also with ideas about conquest, hierarchy, and divine purpose that had been tested and refined in earlier campaigns. What they met on the other side of the ocean were worlds thick with their own histories, dense cities and empires in some regions, intricate networks of villages and seasonal camps in others, all adapted to local climates, soils, and stories. At first contact, there could be wonder on both sides, exchanges of gifts and gestures, attempts to interpret unfamiliar signs. But behind the Europeans' curiosity stood a readiness to slot these new lands and peoples into an old pattern, one in which distant territories were available for appropriation, and those who lived there were measured according to their usefulness, convertibility, or resistance. In the Caribbean, the pattern began to settle quickly. Islands that had been sustained for centuries by indigenous agriculture and fishing were suddenly pulled into the orbit of European crowns. At first, arrivals depended on local communities for food and guidance, tracing coastlines in small boats and learning the positions of shoals and channels. Soon, however, the familiar demands of empire began to assert themselves. Flags were raised, formal declarations claimed the lands for distant monarchs, crosses were planted to mark both spiritual and political possession. Indigenous leaders were expected to recognize new overlords, to provide labor, tribute, and safe harbor. When they hesitated or refused, or when misunderstandings multiplied, the response fell into the grooves of memory: punitive expeditions, the burning of villages, the taking of hostages, and the use of exemplary violence to remake the social landscape. Systems of forced labor emerged almost immediately wherever colonizers felt strong enough to enforce them. The people already living on these islands were compelled to work in fields, mines, and workshops under arrangements that echoed older tribute and corvée systems known from Europe and the Mediterranean. Tasks once done for community subsistence, planting, fishing, weaving, were redirected toward meeting colonial demands for gold, food for garrisons, and exportable goods. The days stretched into grueling routines enforced by overseers, and punishments for refusal or flight were swift and brutal. Bodies that had never experienced such concentrated coercion now bore the marks of lash, collar, and chain, as the old vocabulary of domination was applied to new subjects. Alongside this overt violence, an invisible catastrophe unfolded. The newcomers carried pathogens against which indigenous populations had little or no immunity. Smallpox, measles, influenza, and other diseases swept through villages and towns, sometimes arriving even ahead of direct European presence as infection traveled along trade and kinship routes. Communities that might otherwise have been able to resist encroachment found themselves suddenly weakened, leaders dead or incapacitated, social structures stretched thin by the need to care for the sick and bury the dead. From the colonizers' perspective, these epidemics could appear as providential openings, interpreted as signs that God favored their claims or that the land was becoming miraculously empty and ready for new occupants. The sheer scale of population loss, measured not in official statistics but in silent absences, abandoned fields, and collapsing rituals, made resistance harder and exploitation easier, turning disease into a dark ally of conquest. On the mainland, where powerful indigenous polities governed large territories, the drama took other shapes but followed similar principles. European expeditions entered regions ruled by emperors and confederacies, bringing steel weapons, unfamiliar animals, and a determination to find wealth that matched their expectations of another world rich in metals and spices. They learned to read and exploit existing tensions among local rivals, forming alliances with some communities to attack others, promising protection or advantage in exchange for support. Siege tactics familiar from European warfare were adapted to new environments. Fortified towns could be surrounded, their supplies cut, their access to water threatened. When such centers fell, the violence could be overwhelming. Elites executed or humiliated, temples desecrated, storerooms looted, captives distributed as spoils. Yet the colonizers' goals were not limited to spectacular victories. Once initial resistance was broken, they turned toward organizing ongoing extraction. Tribute systems imposed by indigenous empires were sometimes co-opted, with European authorities stepping into existing channels of obligation and redirecting flows of goods and labor toward themselves. Where no such centralized structures existed, new ones were imposed, mapping indigenous communities into grids of national villages and districts on paper. Colonial officials, often thinly spread and unevenly supplied, relied on local intermediaries to enforce demands, positioning some indigenous leaders as brokers while undercutting others. In many places, this created a layered cruelty, old obligations and loyalties distorted by the weight of new ones, with community figures caught between protecting their people and preserving their own precarious positions. Across the hemisphere, forests and plains that had long been home to shifting patterns of settlement and use were quietly redefined in European eyes as wilderness, waiting to be tamed. Indigenous land practices, rotational agriculture, controlled burning, mobile hunting routes, were often misunderstood or dismissed as evidence that the land was underused. European legal doctrines formed in earlier centuries and adapted to maritime expansion increasingly framed territory not bounded by familiar markers of Christian, agrarian civilization as available for claim. In this view, planting a flag, building a fort, or issuing a royal charter could transform complex living landscapes into empty spaces on maps designated for colonization. The people already there were recast as occupants without full title, whose presence could be brushed aside or rearranged in the interests of improvement. Violence operated along many scales in these processes. There were notorious massacres, remembered in chronicles and oral traditions, where entire communities were attacked in retaliation for real or imagined offenses. There were also smaller, more constant acts, a beating in a field, an execution at a fort, a kidnapping along a path. Trading relationships could turn suddenly coercive when debt or misunderstanding provided an excuse for seizure of goods or territory. Missionary activity, too, existed in a complicated relationship with coercion. Some missionaries sincerely sought to protect indigenous people from the worst abuses of soldiers and settlers, arguing for more humane treatment or for recognition of certain rights. Others, whether consciously or not, tied acceptance of new beliefs to submission to colonial systems, presenting conversion as inseparable from participation in the emerging order. Education and catechism thus became another arena where older identities were pressured and reshaped under conditions of unequal power. As the decades wore on, the demographic and economic landscape of the Americas changed profoundly. In many regions, indigenous populations declined steeply due to disease, forced labor, displacement, and disrupted food systems. Lands once thick with settlements and cultivation seemed, from an outsider's uninformed perspective, to be emptying, even though surviving communities continued to adapt, resist, and persist in new forms. Colonizers interpreted this transformation as confirmation of their right to occupy and reorganize the land. Forests were cut to make way for European-style farms, imported animals altered vegetation and soil, rivers were redirected to power mills and irrigate new fields. Towns laid out according to European urban plans grew along coasts and rivers, often atop older indigenous sites, their plazas and churches, superimposing one kind of monumental presence over another. At the same time, the appetite for certain commodities, sugar, tobacco, later cotton and other crops grew in European markets. Experimentation on Atlantic islands and in parts of the mainland had already shown that monoculture plantations, powered by coerced labor, could generate great wealth, though at terrible human cost. In the Caribbean and tropical mainland regions, colonizers began to establish plantations geared entirely toward export crops, designed less as communities than as production engines. These required a labor force that could be tightly controlled, worked to exhaustion, and replaced when bodies failed. Indigenous populations, already devastated by disease and resistance, could not supply this demand in the way colonizers wished. and in many places authorities formally prohibited or informally retreated from earlier forms of enslavement of local people, whether out of pragmatic concern, moral debate, or fear of complete depopulation. Into this opening flowed a larger, more systematized trade in enslaved Africans. The deep-rooted practices of enslavement and racialized thinking that had been developing around the Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts merged with the specific needs of American plantations. Ships that had once carried small numbers of enslaved people between African and Old World ports were now fitted and scheduled to transport thousands across the Atlantic, turning human beings into a regularized cargo. On plantations, the older tools of discipline, whipping, mutilation, confinement, and sometimes spectacular executions were combined with newer mechanisms of surveillance and accounting, as owners sought to extract maximum labor from those they held in bondage. Thus, the violent birth of colonies in the Americas did more than displace and decimate indigenous societies. It also prepared the ground for a new configuration of brutality in which the plantation emerged as a central institution. In these bounded spaces, surrounded by vast lands taken from their original inhabitants, overseers and owners would refine a system of control that treated people as units of labor, tracked in ledgers, disciplined through pain, and bound to the fields from dawn to dark, planting the conditions for a transatlantic order built on chains, fear, and the relentless pursuit of profit. In the humid air of the Caribbean and the broad, changing seasons of North America, the plantation emerged not merely as a large farm but as a kind of living machine, designed to turn land, time, and human bodies into exportable wealth with as little interruption as possible, and refined over decades and centuries until nearly every aspect of life within its boundaries was shaped by the imperative to extract labor. On sugar islands such as Barbados, Jamaica, and Saint-Domingue, and on tobacco, rice, and later cotton estates in colonies like Virginia, South Carolina, and the lower Mississippi Valley, the lessons learned from older systems of enslavement were combined with the demands of distant markets, creating a structure in which people were reduced, as systematically as law and custom could manage, to units of work to be scheduled, disciplined, and replaced. The plantation landscape, with its big house, overseers' quarters, clustered slave cabins, fields laid out in careful rows, and sometimes a mill or gin house, was at once a physical environment and an apparatus of control, its paths and sight lines arranged so that masters and overseers could see and be seen, and so that the enslaved could be summoned, inspected, and punished with minimal delay. Within this machine, surveillance took many forms, some obvious and some woven into the fabric of daily routine. Overseers moved through the fields on horseback, watching the pace of work, counting rows cut and bundles carried, adjusting tasks when they judged effort to be flagging. Drivers, themselves enslaved but placed in intermediary positions, were tasked with organizing gangs and reporting on those who in the overseer's view fell short. The very division of labor into gangs, often arranged by strength and skill, turned groups of people into moving cogs whose coordination was essential to the smooth functioning of the operation, and whose movements could be tracked against the expectations of the day's plan. Time was segmented into work periods, breaks, and night hours, with bells, horns, or the rising and setting of the sun marking transitions, so that the body's private rhythms were subordinated to the plantation's schedule. Even in the cramped spaces of the cabins, people lived under the knowledge that their presence, their relationships, and their movements were known or could be discovered by those who owned them, reducing the sense that any corner of the estate could truly be considered free from oversight. Punishment, in this context, became not only a response to real or perceived infractions, but an integral component of the system's maintenance, calibrated to instill fear and to break resistance without, from the owner's perspective, unduly damaging the labor force on which profits depended. Whippings were the most common, administered with whips or lashes that tore skin and left scars, their number sometimes recorded in ledgers or overseers' reports, as if they were a measurable input in the management of human property. Other penalties included confinement in stocks, wearing iron collars or chains, being forced to work in particularly harsh conditions, or being deprived of already meager privileges. The line between discipline and terror was thin and often crossed, especially when owners wished to make an example of those who attempted escape, damaged tools, slowed work, or were suspected of plotting rebellion. Executions, mutilations, or sales that separated individuals from their families could all serve as harsh warnings, their memory lingering among the enslaved long after the immediate event, reinforcing the perception that any act of defiance might incur consequences that spread far beyond the individual. Beyond the physical pain, psychological control was cultivated through strategies that exploited vulnerability and dependence. The law, where it addressed the enslaved, usually did so to reinforce their subordination, recognizing them as property to be inherited, mortgaged, or seized for debt, and granting only narrow avenues for redress. In many jurisdictions, codes define different categories of people by ancestry and color, drawing distinctions between white, black, and mixed populations, and assigning to each varying degrees of presumed freedom or bondage. These racialized categories, hardened over time, helped to naturalize the association between African descent and enslavement, and between European descent and mastery, so that brutality could be rationalized not simply as the prerogative of ownership, but as the enforcement of an order described as inherent or divinely ordained. Enslaved children inherited the status of their mothers, ensuring that generations to come would be born already entangled in the web of plantation control, and that reproduction itself, whether coerced or within the fragile space of chosen relationships, became another mechanism for maintaining the labor supply. Owners and overseers also learned to manipulate divisions within the enslaved population, assigning different roles and varying degrees of access to scarce resources in ways that could foster competition or mistrust. Domestic servants, artisans, and drivers might receive slightly better clothing, rations, or living quarters than field hands, or be granted rare privileges such as limited mobility or small plots for personal cultivation, while still remaining entirely dependent on the goodwill of those who commanded them. These gradations did not erase the shared experience of bondage, and enslaved people frequently forged connections across such lines, but they added layers to the psychological terrain on which resistance and solidarity had to be built. At the same time, colonizers sometimes drew distinctions between newly arrived Africans from different regions, or between African-born and American-born enslaved people, exploiting linguistic and cultural differences to prevent the formation of unified opposition, even as those same differences enriched the cultural life that enslaved communities created in music, religion, and storytelling. The plantation machine extended its reach into law and custom well beyond its own fences. Colonial assemblies, increasingly dominated by planters or their allies, passed slave codes that regulated every aspect of enslaved people's lives, prohibiting gatherings without white supervision, restricting movement beyond the estate, limiting the right to learn to read, and defining harsh penalties for acts such as striking a white person or attempting to escape. These codes also authorized or required whites, even those without direct ownership, to participate in the surveillance and policing of black bodies, conscripting the wider free population into the maintenance of the system. Militia structures and slave patrols developed as regular features of colonial life, especially in areas where enslaved people outnumbered free settlers, turning the fear of uprisings into a justification for constant vigilance and the occasional eruption of communal violence. In this way, the logic of the plantation began to shape broader colonial society, teaching many whites to see themselves as potential enforcers of a racial order, and many blacks to understand that the net of control extended into town streets and along quiet roads, not just across the fields where they labored. Despite all of this, the plantation was never a perfectly sealed system, and the very brutality that sustained it also provoked responses that exposed its instability. Enslaved people resisted in countless ways, from everyday acts of subtle sabotage, feigned illness, and work slowdowns to escape attempts, organized maroon communities in remote areas, and at times full-scale revolts that shook entire colonies. The constant need to guard against such resistance reinforced the climate of fear and suspicion on which plantation control depended, prompting owners and legislators to tighten legal restrictions and to devise ever more intrusive forms of surveillance. Yet the very existence of this defensive posture revealed that control was never absolute, and that the plantation machine, for all its regimented routines and careful hierarchies, was built atop the unceasing labor and creativity of people who refused, in ways large and small, to be reduced entirely to the status of replaceable parts. Over time, the plantation's logic seeped into the emerging identities and myths of the societies that grew around it, particularly in regions that would later become part of the United States. Wealth derived from enslaved labor underwrote political influence, financed public buildings, and shaped regional cultures, even as many free citizens told themselves stories of liberty, independence, and individual striving. Legal frameworks crafted to protect property rights intertwined with those that defined human beings as property, making it increasingly difficult to disentangle constitutional principles from the economic realities on which they rested. The plantation machine thus did more than refine older forms of brutality. It inscribed its priorities into the laws, customs, and imaginations of the societies it touched, leaving a legacy that would persist long after slavery itself was formally abolished, and that would continue to influence how land, labor, and violence were understood on new frontiers. As colonial settlements pushed outward beyond the core plantation zones, into forests, prairies, and mountain valleys, another strand of brutality developed alongside this tightly controlled system, a more diffuse, sometimes less formally organized violence that accompanied settlers as they carved new farms and towns into indigenous homelands, wrapping dispossession in stories of opportunity and courage, and leaving behind landscapes marked by unmarked graves and half-forgotten names. As colonial settlements in North America pressed outward from coastal enclaves and plantation belts toward forests, rivers, and plains that seemed from a distance to stretch without end, another layer of brutality settled over the land, quieter at times than the crack of the overseer's whip, but no less decisive in its effects. On maps drawn in European capitals, vast regions were shaded and labeled as wilderness, as empty or underused space waiting to be claimed and improved. On the ground, these same spaces were already thick with meaning. Hunting grounds marked by ancestral stories, fields cleared and tended in long cycles, village sites that shifted seasonally, burial places where generations lay together beneath trees and grasses. To those who had lived there for centuries, the land was not a blank, it was a memory woven into rivers and hills. Yet as settlers advanced, the language of their expansion made little room for these older presences. Words like frontier and backcountry suggested edges of civilization rather than centers of existing worlds, and in that choice of language lay a great deal of what followed. The violence that accompanied this movement did not always arrive in the form of grand campaigns or named wars, though there were many of those. It seeped into day-to-day encounters. A fence pushed a little farther into common hunting ground, a cabin built on a site chosen for its water and shelter without regard for prior claims, a herd allowed to graze in fields where different crops had once been grown. Disputes over such encroachments could flare into skirmishes, raids, and retaliatory attacks. In the telling of these events within settler communities, the story often began at the moment when a homestead was threatened or a town was attacked, skipping over the long, slow accumulation of provocations that had preceded it. The burning of an indigenous village might be described as a necessary punitive expedition, while the burning of a settler outpost was framed as an unprovoked assault emerging from an undifferentiated wilderness, reinforcing the impression that violence emanated naturally from the land's original inhabitants and was reluctantly imposed in return by those who claimed to be bringing order. Treaties offered, on the surface, a more orderly way to manage the collision of claims. Representatives of colonial or later United States governments would gather indigenous leaders to negotiate written agreements, often under conditions of pressure, misunderstanding, or unequal information. These texts drew lines on maps, promising that certain territories would be respected as indigenous homelands in exchange for ceding others, or for accepting peace terms after conflict. Yet these lines proved fragile. As more settlers arrived, driven by the hope of land, independence, or profit, the recent agreements could seem less compelling to local officials and speculators than the immediate lure of new fields and town lots. As a result, treaties were repeatedly erased, redrawn, or simply ignored. Each new wave of encroachment generated petitions, protests, and sometimes armed resistance from those whose promised lands were shrinking again. Each response from authorities leaned once more on the familiar pattern of depicting indigenous opposition as a threat to security and progress, justifying fresh campaigns and new treaties that pushed boundaries still farther away from their original positions. The accumulated effect of these cycles was a series of forced movements that reshaped the human geography of the continent. Entire nations found themselves pressured or compelled to leave their ancestral territories and move westward, often along routes that came to be marked by hunger, illness, and death. These were not incidental hardships. They were built into the conditions of removal itself. When a government ordered a nation to relocate, it might provide inadequate supplies, poor transport, or little time to prepare, magnifying the toll of exposure and exhaustion. Children and elders died along the way. Those who survived arrived in places that were unfamiliar, where neighboring groups had their own interests and histories, and where promises of lasting security would soon prove as fragile as those that had gone before. Later generations would remember these journeys with names that evoked both the physical path and the emotional weight of loss, yet in many settler narratives such trails appeared, if at all, as brief footnotes to a larger story about a young nation's growth. Even where outright removal did not occur immediately, the spread of disease, the collapse of local economies under pressure, and the steady nibbling away of territory left many indigenous communities struggling to maintain their ways of life. Some attempted to adapt by adopting certain European agricultural techniques, dress, or schooling, hoping that demonstration of civilized behavior, as the dominant culture defined it, might secure their rights. Others retreated into more remote regions, seeking refuge in mountains, swamps, or plains farther from the densest concentrations of settler populations. Still others split, with some members choosing accommodation and others advocating resistance. These internal fractures were themselves consequences of the constant external strain, and in later records they were sometimes misread as signs of inherent instability rather than as responses to unrelenting displacement. The physical traces of this process dotted the landscape in ways that could be both obvious and strangely invisible. Settler towns rose where indigenous villages had stood, their streets laid out in grids over older footpaths, their churches planted on or near earlier sacred sites. Fields expanded over burial grounds with plows turning up bones that were sometimes reburied, sometimes collected as curiosities. Place names preserved echoes of the prior inhabitants, but often in distorted or decontextualized form, transforming names of rivers, nations, or leaders into decorative labels on maps without acknowledging the histories they represented. Over time, as generations passed, many inhabitants of these newer communities grew up without conscious knowledge of what had been there before, their sense of local history beginning with the founding of the town or the granting of a land patent. In this way, erasure became a quiet companion to the more obvious acts of violence, a soft forgetting that covered over charred beams and disturbed soil with lawns, fences, and narratives of homesteading courage. Those narratives in turn took on a powerful life of their own. In popular stories, sermons, and later novels and films, the figure of the rugged frontiersman or pioneer family came to symbolize key elements of American identity: independence, self-reliance, and the willingness to face danger in pursuit of a better life. The hardships of wilderness life were emphasized: harsh winters, failed crops, isolation, and occasional attacks from hostile tribes, while the hardships imposed on those being pushed aside were often minimized or omitted. The forest or prairie was described as untamed and empty, or as occupied only by obstacles to be cleared. Violence that settlers inflicted was interpreted as defensive or regrettable but necessary, an unfortunate side effect of progress rather than a central mechanism of territorial expansion. This myth-making did not require explicit denial of every brutal act. It simply needed to rearrange perspective. A burned indigenous village might be mentioned briefly in the context of a glorious military campaign, while a burned settler cabin could be dwelt upon as a symbol of innocent suffering. Broken treaties might be explained away as misunderstandings, or as the fault of corrupt officials rather than as symptoms of a broader pattern. Forced marches and removals could be described as relocating people for their own good, moving them away from encroaching populations, framing coerced displacement as a form of protection. In schools, the emphasis might fall on the bravery of explorers and the ingenuity of settlers, with indigenous peoples appearing mainly as background figures who either aided or opposed the spread of civilization, their complex societies compressed into a few generalized images. Yet beneath the layers of myth, the silent graves remained. Even where no monuments marked them, the earth held the remains of those who died defending their homes, on winter trails, in unrecorded skirmishes, or in the enforced poverty of marginal lands. Oral traditions among surviving indigenous communities kept alive the memory of these losses, passing down stories of specific clearings, streams and ridges where events of great importance had taken place, even as those places were renamed, fenced off or built over. In some regions, remnants of ancient earthworks, stone foundations, or unusual clusters of old trees hinted at earlier patterns of use. Archaeological work, when carried out with care and in partnership with descendant communities, could recover parts of these histories, but the emotional and cultural damage inflicted by generations of displacement could not be so easily reversed. The frontier then was not simply a line on a map that moved westward as surveys were completed and territories admitted as states. It was a moving zone of conflict and erasure, in which older inhabitants were subjected to a combination of open force, legal maneuver, and cultural overshadowing. The memory of this process became tangled with national self-understanding, so that calls to honor pioneers and to celebrate expansion often carried, unexamined, the assumption that those whose land had been taken were either destined to vanish or to be confined to the margins of the story. Even when policies shifted in later periods, offering certain forms of recognition or limited self-governance to indigenous nations, the underlying pattern of having been pushed, confined, and spoken about rather than listened to continued to cast a long shadow. As the frontier closed in one sense, with the continental United States fully claimed and divided into states and territories, other frontiers remained open inside the society that had formed. Within the very plantation regions whose wealth had helped drive westward expansion, and in new slave states carved out of conquered lands, another kind of internal frontier was constantly in the minds of those who held power, the invisible line between control and uprising among the millions of enslaved people whose labor underpinned so much of the young nation's prosperity. If the dispossession of indigenous peoples revealed how far authorities were willing to go in pursuit of land, the measures taken to forestall and crush slave revolts would reveal how deeply fear of the enslaved shaped law, punishment, and the American imagination of order. Long before the formal language of constitutions and declarations wrapped the young Atlantic societies in ideals of liberty and rights, another, older language moved beneath the surface, written in whispers, coded songs, and sudden eruptions of collective action. On plantations, and in towns from the Caribbean to the mainland colonies, and later states, enslaved people lived with an intimate knowledge of the violence that structured their world, and with an equally intimate understanding that this violence was not invincible. They watched overseers, owners, and officials. They measured the strengths and weaknesses of those who claimed to own them. They carried memories of resistance from African homelands, from maroon communities hidden in mountains and swamps, and from earlier, smaller acts of defiance. When uprisings did break out, they rarely came from nowhere. They were the visible crest of a constant undercurrent of tension, hope, and calculation. For those who held power, each such uprising became a lesson, not in the need to soften the system, but in the perceived necessity of tightening it, refining the machinery of repression, until stability itself was defined by the capacity to respond with overwhelming legally sanctioned brutality. In the Caribbean, where sugar plantations demanded intense, punishing labor under tropical suns, revolt was a recurring possibility. The sheer numbers of enslaved Africans, often far outstripping the white population, created an environment in which owners and colonial authorities lived with a constant, brittle alertness. News and rumor traveled between islands and across the ocean, tales of conspiracies discovered, plots betrayed, brief seizures of control, in which enslaved people seized weapons, killed some of their oppressors, and attempted to negotiate or flee before colonial militia and troops could organize a response. The pattern was grimly familiar. An uprising would begin, sometimes timed for a religious festival or a moment when settlers were distracted. For a few hours or days, the usual order might be inverted. As cane fields burned, punishment houses were destroyed, and those who had long been subject to command asserted their own will in the most tangible ways available to them. The reprisals that followed were rarely limited to the direct participants. Colonial courts assembled hastily, often under pressure from planters and officials whose fear and anger colored their judgment. Trials, where held, leaned heavily on coerced testimony and confession. Torture might be used to extract names, expanding the list of supposed conspirators. Executions were staged in public, with hangings, shootings, and in some extreme cases, burnings carried out before assembled onlookers. Bodies could be displayed at crossroads or on plantation grounds, left for days as warnings. Colonial assemblies responded with new regulations, curfews, limits on gatherings, restrictions on the movement of enslaved people between estates, and tighter controls on communication. Even activities that had previously been tolerated, such as certain dances, markets, or religious practices, might suddenly be banned or closely supervised, as authorities associated them with the possibility of organized resistance. On the mainland, in the colonies that would become the United States, similar patterns unfolded, adapted to local conditions. Early in the 18th century, when enslaved populations grew in port cities and plantation regions, authorities in places like New York and South Carolina found themselves responding to real or suspected plots with waves of repression. In urban settings, fires or other disturbances could trigger investigations that quickly widened, sweeping up dozens of black residents on slender evidence. Trials might be conducted in an atmosphere of panic, leading to executions and deportations that left deep marks on the communities affected. In rural regions, the fear of coordinated insurrections on plantations led legislatures to codify ever more detailed slave codes, defining not only what enslaved people could do, but also what white residents were obliged to do if they suspected unrest. The Stono Rebellion of 1739 in South Carolina, for example, brought these dynamics into sharp relief. A group of enslaved Africans, many of them with military experience from their homelands, seized weapons, killed several whites, and attempted to march towards Spanish Florida, where they had heard freedom might be found. The colonial response, once the alarm spread, was swift and forceful. Militia units pursued and crushed the uprising, killing many participants and capturing others who were then executed or punished severely. In the aftermath, the Provincial Assembly passed new legislation that tightened restrictions on enslaved people, limiting their ability to earn money, assemble without white supervision, or learn to read. The logic was explicit. The uprising had proved that existing controls were insufficient, and the answer, in the minds of the ruling class, was not to question the institution of slavery itself, but to shore it up with more comprehensive surveillance and harsher penalties. As the 18th century drew on, and the revolutionary rhetoric of liberty and natural rights began to circulate among white colonists, enslaved people listened and drew their own conclusions. Some sought freedom by joining British lines when royal proclamations offered emancipation to those who fled rebel masters. Others petitioned courts or legislatures, invoking the language of equality. Still others planned or executed revolts, inspired partly by Atlantic currents of change. After the successful revolution of enslaved people in Saint-Domingue at the end of the century, which created the independent state of Haiti, fear among slaveholders in the United States deepened. The Haitian Revolution demonstrated that an enslaved majority, under certain conditions, could not only rise up, but also sustain a long, brutal war, and ultimately overthrow a colonial regime. In the American South, stories of this upheaval, often filtered through layers of anxiety and distortion, fueled a perception that any gathering of enslaved people, any whisper of religious meetings or outbreaks of arson, might be the beginning of a similar conflagration. In the early 19th century, a series of rebellions and conspiracies, some thwarted in planning and others enacted in blood, reinforced this perception. Plots attributed to figures like Gabriel in Virginia and Denmark Vesey in South Carolina, whether fully realized or largely constructed in the minds of alarmed authorities, led to executions, mass arrests, and new clampdowns on black religious gatherings and literacy. The 1831 uprising led by Nat Turner in Virginia, in which enslaved rebels killed numerous white residents before being suppressed by militia and federal troops, elicited especially intense reactions. In its wake, laws were passed that drastically curtailed the rights of both enslaved and free black people, forbidding them from preaching, from assembling without white oversight, from carrying certain tools or weapons, and from learning to read or write. Violence against black communities, both legal and extra-legal, spiked in some regions, as white residents responded not only to the actual rebellion, but to the imagined threat of many more. Each of these episodes taught slaveholders and sympathetic lawmakers a similar lesson, that the institution they depended upon was inherently unstable, haunted by the possibility that those held in bondage might one day collectively refuse their assigned role. Instead of interpreting this instability as a reason to reconsider the system, most responded by seeking to build a more perfect apparatus of repression. Patrols became more frequent. The architecture of plantation houses and towns was sometimes adjusted to maximize surveillance. Punishments for individual acts of defiance grew harsher. Newspapers and political speeches emphasized the supposed savagery and ingratitude of the enslaved, constructing an image of constant menace that justified, in the eyes of many white citizens, the expansion of coercive power. Militia structures were strengthened not only against external foes but as potential internal enforcers in times of crisis. In this atmosphere, brutality became not a sign of failure but a badge of vigilance. Masters who boasted of their strictness, who were known to crack down at the slightest hint of unrest, could present themselves as responsible guardians of order. Politicians who advocated tougher slave codes and harsher penalties for those who aided escapees or questioned the system could portray their positions as necessary for public safety. Even religious leaders, in some cases, wove sermons that warned of divine punishment if the social hierarchy were disrupted, aligning spiritual obedience with acceptance of an order maintained at gunpoint and by the lash. The repeated cycle of revolt and reprisal thus etched deeper into American political culture the notion that the security of the many could legitimately rest on the terrorization of the few, or, in the case of slavery, of the many whose humanity was systematically discounted. At the same time, resistance by enslaved people and their allies continued in myriad forms, contributing to growing anti-slavery sentiment in certain regions and stirring deeper conflicts over the future of the institution. Fugitive slaves who reached free states or Canada published narratives that exposed the brutal realities of plantation life. Abolitionist activists organized lectures, petitions, and underground networks. Enslaved communities nurtured spiritual and cultural resilience that refused the logic of their own commodification. As new territories were opened in the expanding United States, fierce debates erupted over whether slavery would be allowed to spread into them, turning the question of bondage from a regional fact into a national fault line. By the middle of the 19th century, this fault line had widened into a chasm. The same fears that had led to localized crackdowns now animated broader political movements committed to defending slavery as a positive good, essential to the economy and social order of the South, and increasingly linked to racial doctrines that framed black inferiority as permanent and natural. Opposed to this stood coalitions, diverse and not always unified, who saw the expansion of slavery as a moral and political disaster, and who argued, at minimum, for halting its growth. When compromise after compromise failed, and when an election brought to power a president perceived by many Southern leaders as hostile to their core interests, the accumulated tensions ignited into open war, turning the internal violence that had long been directed against the enslaved into a broader conflict in which entire armies would clash, landscapes would be scorched, and the meaning of citizenship and freedom would be contested amid unprecedented levels of destruction. When secession finally tore the United States in two, the long, simmering violence that had been contained within plantations, slave markets, and frontier skirmishes expanded into a war that engulfed entire regions, drawing cities, farms, rivers, and rail lines into its orbit. What had once been the localized brutality of overseers, patrols, and slave catchers now merged with the organized force of modern armies, equipped not with muskets alone, but with rifled firearms, artillery, rail transport, and the beginnings of industrial logistics. The conflict that began in 1861 was in many ways the culmination of decades of argument over the place of slavery in the Republic, yet it also became a laboratory of new forms of killing and maiming, leaving behind landscapes and bodies permanently altered. For ordinary Americans, North and South, the war marked a transition from hearing about violence at the margins of their society to living within a vast apparatus of destruction that touched nearly every family, brought the reality of mass death into public consciousness, and left questions about race, power, and membership in the national community more raw than resolved. On battlefields stretching from Virginia's rolling hills to Tennessee's river valleys and the arid spaces of the trans-Mississippi West, the war's technology sharpened its edges. The widespread use of rifled muskets and mini-balls increased the range and accuracy of infantry fire, turning frontal assaults into exercises in terrible arithmetic, as lines of men advancing across open ground were torn apart by volleys fired from entrenched positions. Artillery, more mobile and more powerful than in earlier conflicts, hurled shells that exploded into fragments, lacerating flesh and bone. Telegraph wires hummed with messages directing troop movements across long distances, while railroads moved regiments, supplies, and artillery in ways that allowed campaigns to be sustained over months and years, deepening the war's reach into economic and civilian life. The combination of these elements meant that the war's brutality was not simply a matter of individual cruelty. It was embedded in systems of production and coordination that made killing more efficient and more prolonged. On the ground, the effects were measured in bodies and in the work of those who tried, often desperately, to care for the wounded. Medical knowledge at the time was limited in its understanding of infection, and battlefield surgery took place in conditions far from sterile, yet surgeons and nurses improvised under enormous pressure. Amputation became a grimly common procedure, seen as the only reliable way to prevent shattered limbs from becoming gangrenous and fatal. Field hospitals, often set up in barns, churches, or hastily erected tents, became scenes of concentrated suffering, with piles of severed arms and legs accumulating outside, a mute testament to the war's scale and method. For those who survived such operations, the war left permanent reminders: missing limbs, chronic pain, scars that changed how they moved through the world and how others saw them. The sight of veterans with empty sleeves and trouser legs became a familiar feature of post-war streets, a living archive of the conflict's cost. The land itself bore the marks of industrial warfare. In campaigns where generals embraced the strategy of destroying an opponent's ability to wage war, rather than simply seeking battlefield victories, towns, farms, railroads, and factories became targets. Tracks were ripped up and rails twisted into grotesque shapes. Warehouses and depots packed with supplies went up in flames. Barns and granaries were emptied or burned, leaving civilians to face hunger and ruin. The concept of total war, though not yet formalized by name, found expression in marches that cut through agricultural heartlands, leaving behind chimneys without houses and fields trampled by armies. Forests were felled for fortifications and fuel, rivers were clogged with debris from destroyed bridges and boats. In some regions, the scars of burned buildings and abandoned homesteads remained visible for years, etching into memory the sense that the war had not only killed soldiers, but had also attempted to remake entire landscapes through force. For enslaved people, the war opened both dangers and possibilities. As Union armies advanced into Confederate territory, enslaved men, women, and children often seized the chance to flee plantations and seek protection behind Northern lines, transforming military encampments into spaces of improvised freedom and hardship. Some joined the Union war effort directly, as laborers, scouts, nurses, or after policy shifted, as soldiers in regiments of United States colored troops. Their participation underscored the reality that the conflict was not only about constitutional questions or abstract principles, but about the concrete status of millions of human beings whose bodies had long been treated as property. Yet the transition from slavery to something different was uneven and fraught. In some areas, Union commanders hesitated to disrupt local power structures, while in others, formerly enslaved people found themselves caught between armies, vulnerable to reprisals or exploitation. As the war dragged on and the death toll mounted, the federal government's policies moved more explicitly toward redefining the legal status of slavery. Proclamations and amendments declared enslaved people free in rebelling territories and eventually outlawed slavery altogether, at least on paper. These measures represented a profound shift in the formal structure of American law, but they did not in themselves dismantle the attitudes and habits that had sustained slavery for so long. Many former slaveholders viewed these changes as illegitimate impositions, resented the loss of their human property, and sought ways to preserve as much of their prior control as possible. In this sense, the war created a new legal order while leaving intact many of the social and economic interests that would resist full implementation of its promises. When the fighting stopped and armies began to demobilize, the United States faced not only the task of burying its dead and caring for its wounded, but also the more abstract and contentious task of deciding what kind of nation would emerge from the wreckage. Cemeteries grew on hillsides and near former battlefields, with rows of simple stones marking the resting places of those who had fallen, sometimes identified, often unknown. In speeches and ceremonies, leaders spoke of sacrifice and unity, of a house divided and made whole again. Yet beneath the rhetoric lay unresolved questions. Were the formerly enslaved to be full citizens, with rights to vote, hold office, own land, and seek education on equal terms? Would the former Confederate states be treated as conquered territories, as partners in a renewed federal union, or as something in between? How would the massive material damage in the South be repaired, and at whose expense? In the immediate post-war years, efforts known collectively as Reconstruction attempted to address some of these questions. New state constitutions were written under federal oversight. Amendments to the national constitution enshrined birthright citizenship and promised equal protection of the laws. Black men in some states voted and were elected to public office, participating in legislative bodies that worked to expand public education and adjust labor laws. For a brief period, it seemed possible that the war's enormous cost might lead to a genuinely multiracial democracy in which the formal end of slavery would be accompanied by real changes in power relations and everyday life. Yet these possibilities were fragile, and they coexisted with ongoing resistance, both open and covert, from white Southerners who rejected the notion of equality and remained committed to maintaining racial hierarchy. Violence did not cease with the signing of surrender documents. It shifted shape. Armed bands, often composed of former Confederate soldiers and local elites, began to target black political leaders, teachers, and ordinary citizens who tried to assert their new rights. Night raids, beatings, arson and murders were used to intimidate voters, break up meetings, and send a message that attempts at racial uplift would be met with bloodshed. In many places, local law enforcement either turned a blind eye or actively participated, blurring the line between official and unofficial violence. Federal authorities, fatigued by years of war and facing political opposition in the North, struggled to respond consistently, sometimes intervening with troops and legal action, but often hesitating or withdrawing support when faced with sustained local resistance. The scars of the Civil War thus extended beyond amputated limbs and cratered fields into the realm of law and daily interaction. The industrialized killing that had taken place between armies left an imprint on the country's imagination about what levels of force were conceivable and permissible. The experience of mobilizing resources, managing mass conscription, and accepting large numbers of deaths as the price of a political outcome made it easier for some to view continued, targeted violence against freed people and their allies as a smaller, more acceptable extension of what had already occurred. White supremacist organizations framed their actions as necessary to restore order, echoing earlier patterns in which brutality was presented as a defensive measure, a regrettable but justified means to preserve a way of life. In the North, where the war's carnage had also been keenly felt, fatigue and shifting priorities gradually eroded commitment to sustained intervention in Southern affairs. Many white Northerners, while willing to oppose slavery in principle and fight secession on constitutional grounds, were less prepared to engage in a long-term struggle over the meaning of racial equality in everyday practice. Economic concerns, political scandals, and the desire to move forward from the trauma of war all contributed to a climate in which calls to reconcile with white Southerners could take precedence over the unfinished work of protecting black rights. In this context, the unresolved questions left by the war about who belonged fully within the national community, whose suffering counted, and how far the state should go to protect vulnerable citizens were increasingly answered not by high-minded declarations, but by the actions of local regimes determined to reassert control. As federal troops were withdrawn and national attention shifted elsewhere, the space where new forms of everyday brutality could take root widened. The tools and habits honed under slavery, modified by wartime experience, and now operating within a formerly free but deeply unequal society, would be refashioned into a system that combined legal segregation, economic dependency, and persistent terror, ensuring that the promises carved into constitutional amendments remained, for many, more aspirational than real. The years immediately following the Civil War carried, for many formerly enslaved people, a thin but real sense of opening. On paper, the old legal foundation of bondage had been shattered, amendments had declared slavery abolished, citizenship extended, and equality before the law promised. In parts of the South, black men stood in line to vote for the first time, their names entered into registration books that had once excluded them entirely. New schools appeared in cabins and church basements, where children and adults traced letters and numbers under the watchful eyes of teachers who believed that literacy might be a path to a different kind of life. In some towns and rural districts, black representatives sat in state legislatures, speaking from floors where, only a few years before, laws had been written to keep them in chains. These scenes, fragile and limited though they were, suggested a country that might remake itself after the vast rupture of war. Yet beneath this tentative reconstruction, another current flowed, fed by the anger of those who resented even the smallest shift in racial hierarchy, and who were determined to restore, by other means, the control that emancipation had seemed to threaten. That determination took on organized form in the shadows and back roads of the defeated Confederacy. Men who had once ridden in grey uniforms began to ride again at night, now masked and robed, their faces hidden but their targets clear, under names that would become grimly familiar: Ku Klux Klan, White League, Red Shirts. Paramilitary groups assembled to enforce a vision of society in which black freedom would exist only in name. They visited the homes of black leaders and white allies, demanding silence and submission. They whipped teachers who persisted in educating black children, burned churches that doubled as meeting halls, and left threatening symbols at doorways and on crossroads. Lynching, killing without legal trial, often by hanging, shooting or burning, became both a method and a message, staged not just to remove particular individuals, but to send a shudder through entire communities, reminding them that formal emancipation had not ended the power of white violence. The rhythm of this terror was woven into ordinary time. Night rides might follow a day in which nothing outwardly unusual had occurred. A shout in the dark could signal the arrival of riders whose hoofbeats had been muffled on purpose. Victims were sometimes dragged from their beds, other times seized from jails where they had been held on dubious charges. The boundary between legal custody and mob violence blurred, as sheriffs and deputies surrendered prisoners to crowds or simply stepped aside while rope and fire were brought in. Public spaces became sites of horror. Trees along well-traveled roads, bridges, and courthouse lawns could be transformed, on short notice, into execution grounds, with bodies left hanging until daylight. Newspapers reported these killings, sometimes with a tone of disapproval, sometimes with barely disguised approval, often accepting the flimsy pretexts offered: alleged insults, accusations of sexual impropriety, minor disputes inflated into capital offenses in the court of white public opinion. Race riots, more accurately described as eruptions of white mob violence against black neighborhoods, punctuated the era as well, particularly in moments when black political or economic gains appeared to threaten established hierarchies. In towns and cities where black voters held the balance of power, or where black-owned businesses and professional practices had begun to flourish, rumors could ignite into organized attacks. Crowds, sometimes including local businessmen and officials, descended on specific streets, smashing windows, looting shops, beating residents, and setting homes on fire. In the aftermath, official investigations, when they occurred, often blamed black communities for provoking unrest, even when evidence pointed clearly toward one-sided aggression. The pattern repeated across different states and decades, leaving behind charred neighborhoods and a message that prosperity and political participation could invite not admiration but destruction. In this climate, the distinction between official law and unofficial violence grew hazy. Courts and legislatures in many southern states operated under the influence of those who either participated directly in paramilitary activity or quietly approved of it. When black citizens attempted to seek justice for attacks, their cases could be delayed indefinitely, dismissed on technical grounds, or decided by juries unlikely to convict white defendants. Federal interventions, which had briefly provided some check on local abuses, waned as political priorities shifted, and Northern voters grew tired of what they saw as endless Southern problems. Supreme Court decisions narrowed the scope of federal enforcement powers and reinterpreted the Civil Rights Amendments in ways that left wide room for states to regulate their own affairs. In practice, this meant that terror carried out by groups like the Klan or the Red Shirts could operate as a shadow arm of governance, doing what sheriffs and judges either would not or felt constrained from doing in the open, while still enjoying a degree of protection from serious consequences. Alongside these informal mechanisms, a new legal architecture rose, brick by brick, to formalize racial separation and subordination under the guise of order. So-called Jim Crow laws, instituted at local and state levels, mandated segregated facilities in transportation, schools, public accommodations, and even cemeteries. Train cars, waiting rooms, theaters, and drinking fountains were divided by race, with the facilities assigned to black patrons typically inferior in quality. Voting rights, ostensibly guaranteed, were whittled away through poll taxes, literacy tests, complicated registration procedures, and discretionary enforcement that allowed white officials to disqualify black applicants on pretexts that need not withstand scrutiny. The effect was to wrap the old intention to keep black people away from the levers of power and opportunity in the language and procedures of law, so that exclusion could be presented as a natural and legal fact rather than as the product of continuous coercion. Economically, many freed people found themselves drawn into systems that mirrored slavery in new forms. Sharecropping and tenant farming arrangements tied families to land they did not own, bound by contracts and debts that could be manipulated to keep them in perpetual obligation. Merchants advanced supplies at high interest rates, landlords calculated shares in opaque ways, and the threat of eviction or violence loomed over any attempt to challenge the arrangement. In regions where large landowners dominated local politics, these economic dependencies linked seamlessly with the broader structure of intimidation. To protest a rigged account or to organize for better terms was to risk not only financial reprisal but physical harm, as landowners could call upon law enforcement, friendly judges, or in the shadows, masked riders to reassert their position. The psychological impact of this environment was profound. For Black communities, everyday life required a constant negotiation between asserting dignity and avoiding triggers that might attract deadly attention. Parents taught children unwritten rules about how to behave in the presence of white authorities, how to speak, where to stand, when to lower their eyes. Travel required careful planning. Certain roads, towns, or hours of the night were known to be dangerous, not because of official curfews, but because of the likelihood of encountering patrols or mobs. Social interactions were weighted with unspoken calculations of risk. A minor dispute at a store, a perceived slight on a sidewalk, or a rumor of defiance could escalate, under the right conditions, into confrontation with consequences far beyond the initial incident. Fear became not an occasional reaction to isolated events, but a background condition, a steady pressure that shaped choices and aspirations. For many white Southerners, the same period was remembered quite differently, framed in narratives of redemption and home rule. In these stories, the end of Reconstruction and the rise of local control were celebrated as victories over corruption, Northern interference, and what was described as Black misrule, despite the reality that Black office holders had often worked to expand public goods such as education. Paramilitary actions and voter suppression were recast as necessary steps to restore proper governance and social harmony. Popular culture, including novels, plays, and later films, contributed to this reframing, romanticizing the antebellum South, vilifying Reconstruction governments, and portraying white vigilantes as guardians of virtue rather than as agents of terror. These narratives, repeated and elaborated over generations, helped to normalize the presence of the noose and the burning cross as part of a broader picture in which any challenge to racial hierarchy was cast as dangerous disorder. Northern audiences, too, absorbed some of these interpretations as the national mood shifted from confrontation over slavery and secession to a desire for reunion and economic growth. Commemorations of the Civil War increasingly emphasized shared valor and the healing of sectional divides, sometimes at the expense of acknowledging the central role of slavery and the continued suffering of Black Americans. Statues erected in town squares celebrated Confederate generals as noble opponents rather than as defenders of human bondage, embedding in stone a selective memory that prioritized white reconciliation over Black justice. Federal authorities, focused on industrial development, Western expansion, and other concerns, were often reluctant to intervene deeply in Southern racial arrangements, leaving regional systems of control to operate with minimal external constraint. By the early 20th century, lynching had become a national scandal recognized by Black activists and some allies, yet it remained a local reality in many regions, carried out openly enough that crowds could gather and postcards could be made from photographs of the events, while legal systems rarely imposed serious penalties on participants. Campaigns to pass federal anti-lynching legislation met with fierce resistance in the Senate, blocked by those who argued for states' rights or who downplayed the scale of the problem. The refusal to treat such acts as matters of national concern reinforced the sense that, in practice, brutality could function as a tolerated supplement to formal law, particularly when directed at those whose citizenship was nominal but whose equal status was not truly recognized. All of this meant that when Americans in later generations spoke of law and order, they did so against a backdrop in which order had long been maintained, in part by allowing or encouraging violence against Black communities. The sheriff's badge and the vigilante's hood existed in a complicated relationship, sometimes in open conflict, but often in quiet collaboration or mutual accommodation. The habits learned in this era of using fear to shape behavior, of justifying unequal treatment as necessary for stability, of turning a blind eye to brutality, carried out in the name of preserving a social hierarchy, would not vanish when explicit Jim Crow statutes were eventually challenged and overturned. Instead, they would find new expressions in other spheres of American life, including the emerging industrial order of factories, railroads, and mines, where bodies could be ground down and broken in ways that were less overtly racial in their rhetoric, but still deeply shaped by class, race, and the long-standing acceptance of sacrifice at the bottom of the social ladder. By the time the smoke of Reconstruction's broken promises and the bonfires of lynch mobs had settled into a grim normality, another kind of smoke was beginning to define the American landscape, rising from factory chimneys clustered along rivers, rail lines, and harbor fronts. The same country that had justified chains and racial terror as foundations of its prosperity now turned, with growing intensity, to the logic of machines, markets, and schedules, folding new millions into systems that did not always need the whip or the noose to wear bodies down. Instead, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, brutality learned to speak in the language of working hours, production quotas, furnace temperatures, and the silent calculations of investors who weighed human exhaustion against profit margins. The older, open violence did not vanish. It simply shared the stage with a quieter, more diffuse pressure, one that could be felt in the ache of muscles at the end of a 14-hour shift, the cough of coal dust in a child's chest, the tremor in a worker's hands as a foreman watched the clock. In the new industrial districts, the geography of control looked different, but served familiar ends. Brick mills and foundries rose in long rows beside polluted rivers, their tall windows and saw-tooth roofs designed to admit light while maximizing floor space for machines. Inside, lines of workers tended looms, presses, furnaces, or assembly lines, each assigned to a narrow task repeated hundreds or thousands of times a day. The rhythm of their movement was set not by the sun's arc or the needs of a harvest, but by the turning of gears driven by water wheels, steam engines, or later, electrical motors. Bells or whistles marked the start and end of shifts. Tardiness could mean the loss of a day's pay, or even a job. Children as well as adults were drawn into this world, their smaller hands and lower wages fitting neatly into the demands of owners who spoke of opportunity, while accepting levels of fatigue that bent young spines and dulled young eyes. In mining towns, the earth itself became a kind of factory floor. Shafts plunged downward into darkness where men chipped and blasted coal or ore, breathing air thick with dust and explosive gas. The underground spaces were threaded with timber props and narrow rails, improvised in ways that might hold for a time, but could fail catastrophically when strain or fire or water breached the fragile balance. Cave-ins, explosions, and flooding sent sudden shocks through communities, bringing bodies up to the surface in numbers that testified to the risks accepted as routine. Above ground, company towns grew where houses, stores, and sometimes schools were owned by the same corporations that controlled the mines, tying wages to rents and purchases in a cycle that allowed employers to recapture much of what they paid out. Debt became another instrument of coercion, binding families to places where leaving could mean not only unemployment but homelessness and hunger. The brutality in these arrangements often lay in what was considered normal rather than exceptional. Work days of 10, 12, or more hours were common, with only brief pauses for food. Weeks could pass without a day of rest. Machines lacked guards or emergency shutoffs. A moment's distraction, a loose sleeve, or a misjudged reach could result in crushed fingers, lost limbs, or fatal entanglement. The roar of engines and clatter of mechanisms filled the air, competing with shouted instructions and the repetitive scrape or thud of manual tasks. There was little room in such environments for the body's need to slow, to stretch, to recover. Injuries that did not kill outright might still end a person's ability to work at the same pace, pushing them toward dismissal with little compensation. The accumulation of such experiences, back strained by lifting, lungs thickened by dust and fumes, hearing dulled by constant noise, constituted a slow violence, less visible than the immediate brutality of a beating, but no less real in its reduction of human capacity and lifespan. When workers attempted to resist these conditions, seeking shorter hours, higher pay, or safer workplaces, they encountered another face of organized force. Just as slave patrols and lynch mobs had acted as unofficial partners of law in an earlier era, so too did private security agents, deputized poses, and sometimes regular police and troops serve as enforcers of industrial order. Strikes, withdrawals of labor designed to pressure employers, were met with tactics honed through decades of dealing with disorder. Employers might bring in strike breakers, workers recruited from elsewhere or drawn from more precarious populations, to cross picket lines under armed guard. They might hire detectives or armed guards to protect property and intimidate organizers. Local authorities, often aligned with business interests, could issue injunctions limiting picketing or assembly, framing collective action as a threat to peace rather than as an attempt to renegotiate the terms of work. When these measures did not suffice, confrontations could turn openly violent. In rail yards, mining camps, steel towns, and textile districts, clashes between strikers and armed forces resulted in broken bodies, burned homes, and at times, mass casualties. The pattern echoed older cycles of revolt and reprisal, but now the contested terrain was not the plantation field or the rural crossroads. It was the factory gate, the company store, the rail depot. Newspapers, depending on their alignment, described such events as either uprisings of desperate workers against unreasonable conditions or as riots stirred up by dangerous radicals. Either way, the response from those in power tended to confirm a grim lesson that the institutions of law and order were often more readily mobilized to defend property rights and production schedules than to address the underlying grievances of those whose labor sustained the system. The rhetoric surrounding this industrial order drew on familiar justifications. Business leaders and sympathetic politicians spoke of progress, efficiency, and the natural operation of markets. They argued that competition required long hours and low wages, that safety improvements would be too costly, or that unions threatened the freedom of individuals to contract as they pleased. Underneath these claims lay a broader assumption, one already well rehearsed in earlier centuries, that the suffering of some could be accepted, even required, for the prosperity of others, and that hierarchy, in this case framed more in terms of class and economic success than of formal legal status, was an inevitable feature of modern life. The fact that many of the most exploited workers were immigrants, people of color, or internal migrants from poorer rural regions, added a racial and ethnic dimension to this class logic, ensuring that older prejudices could be harnessed to portray complaining workers as ungrateful, unruly, or un-American. Within industrial cities, the social geography reinforced these patterns. Workers' neighborhoods often clustered near factories and rail lines, where air was thick with smoke and soot, and where housing was cramped and poorly maintained. Water and sanitation could be inadequate, fostering disease that spread quickly through crowded tenements. In contrast, wealthier residents moved to districts with cleaner air, wider streets, and more robust services, physically distancing themselves from the conditions under which their fortunes were made. This spatial separation made it easier for those at the top of the economic ladder to see industrial brutalities as abstractions, numbers in reports rather than experiences etched into flesh. It also meant that when protests or strikes erupted, they could be described as disturbances in remote districts, rather than as visible symptoms of a shared social order's imbalances. Yet even in these settings, workers developed their own forms of solidarity and resilience. Mutual aid societies, ethnic associations, churches, and nascent unions provided not only practical support, such as sickness benefits or funeral funds, but also spaces where grievances could be articulated and strategies discussed. Songs, stories, and newspapers in multiple languages circulated accounts of successful and failed struggles, linking scattered factories and towns into a wider imaginary of labor pushed too far. These efforts to assert collective dignity did not erase the brutality of the system, but they ensured that it did not go uncontested, and that memory of exploitation would not be entirely written by those who profited from it. For black workers, the transition from the rural South to industrial centers in the North and Midwest brought its own specific blend of opportunity and vulnerability. The Great Migration carried hundreds of thousands away from the overt racial terror of Jim Crow into cities where wages might be higher and the ballot more accessible, yet discrimination followed them into factory hiring halls and housing markets. They were often relegated to the least desirable jobs, the dirtiest and most dangerous tasks, and faced exclusion from many unions. Racial tensions could be stoked deliberately by employers seeking to divide workers, as well as by white workers fearful of competition. Race riots in northern cities, sparked by perceptions of black advancement or by incidents on crowded streets and streetcars, revealed that the acceptance of brutality as a tool for enforcing hierarchy had not been left behind in the rural South. It had simply been redeployed in new urban forms. In all these ways, the rise of industrial capitalism in America extended and transformed older patterns of organized harm. The visible instruments changed from whips and slave patrols to time clocks, speed-ups and factory guards, but the underlying assumption that certain lives could be used up in the service of others remained. Bodies could be broken by repetitive strain and machinery, just as surely as by direct blows. Communities could be kept in line by the threat of hunger and eviction as effectively as by the threat of the lash. The state in turn continued to calibrate its role, sometimes intervening to curb the worst excesses, sometimes siding decisively with employers, but rarely questioning the broader expectation that maintaining order and growth justified significant sacrifice at the bottom. As the 20th century progressed and the visible landscapes of factories and mills began to share attention with other institutions, police stations, courthouses, prisons, and eventually, sprawling suburban developments, the logic of control and the acceptance of everyday brutality did not disappear. Instead, they shifted toward new arenas, including the rapidly professionalizing systems of policing and incarceration, where the old habits of associating certain bodies with danger and certain neighborhoods with disorder would be encoded into procedures, training manuals, and informal practices, further entrenching a vision of safety that depended heavily on the capacity and willingness of the state to inflict pain on those deemed threatening or expendable. As factory chimneys multiplied and the clatter of machines became a steady backdrop to urban life, another, quieter machinery began to take shape in offices, laboratories, and government departments, one that did not turn coal or cotton into finished goods, but instead translated human difference into rankings, charts, and categories. The ancient habit of sorting people into higher and lower, of deciding whose suffering was acceptable and whose comfort mattered most, found new expression in the language of science and administration. Men in suits and white coats measured skulls, timed reaction speeds, recorded test scores, and filled out forms, convinced that they were observing natural facts rather than reproducing old prejudices in new formats. On paper, the methods seemed detached, almost clinical. In practice, the results seeped into laws, school policies, housing regulations, immigration rules, and medical decisions, quietly shaping who would be allowed to flourish, who would be confined to marginal spaces, and who would be marked as unfit for full participation in society. In the late 19th century, as evolutionary ideas spread beyond biology into social thought, concepts such as fitness, survival, and struggle were abstracted from the study of plants and animals and applied to human groups. Some influential writers claimed that races and nations were engaged in a competition in which the strong would naturally rise and the weak would naturally fall, and that any attempt to protect those deemed inferior would interfere with progress. This perspective did not invent racism. It simply offered a modern-sounding justification for hierarchies that had long been defended with references to religion, tradition, or crude stereotypes. Now, instead of speaking only of divine will or inherent sinfulness, proponents of inequality could speak of data, measurements, and natural law, portraying policies that harmed certain populations as grim but necessary alignments with the supposed direction of history. At the same time, disciplines like anthropology and psychology developed tools that gave an aura of precision to these beliefs. Anthropometric studies involved measuring skulls, facial angles, and body proportions, then correlating these measurements with assumptions about intelligence, morality, and capacity for civilization. Tables and diagrams arranged these findings in orderly rows, suggesting that entire populations could be placed on a ladder from primitive to advanced. Intelligence testing, initially devised with more limited aims, was quickly drawn into this framework. Test scores, influenced by language, schooling, and familiarity with specific cultural references, were treated as pure indicators of innate ability rather than as reflections of social environment. Lists of average scores by race, nationality, or class were compiled, and the resulting patterns were too readily read as proof that some groups were destined for leadership, while others were better suited to manual labor or needed strict guidance. Government agencies absorbed and amplified these ways of thinking. Census forms asked respondents to identify their race, sometimes breaking populations down into finely tuned categories whose very labels carried judgments about purity, mixture, and value. Immigration authorities classified newcomers according to origin, literacy, and perceived assimilability, influenced by studies that claimed to show which nationalities contributed to crime, poverty, or disorder. Reports about prisons, schools, and asylums counted inmates by race and background, often interpreting overrepresentation of certain groups as confirmation of inherent defect, rather than as a sign of unequal opportunity or biased enforcement. The more numbers accumulated, the more it seemed, to those predisposed to believe it, that the data spoke for themselves, telling a story of natural hierarchy that conveniently aligned with existing power structures. From these intertwined strands of measurement and ideology emerged movements that explicitly advocated for managing the population according to scientific principles. Under the broad banner of eugenics, some reformers argued that society should encourage the reproduction of the fit and discourage or prevent that of the unfit. The criteria for fitness were rarely neutral. Poverty, disability, mental illness as then defined, criminal records, and racial background were all taken as signs that a person's genes were undesirable, ignoring the extent to which these conditions were shaped by environment, discrimination, or flawed institutions. Proposals ranged from incentives for certain marriages to the confinement of those labeled defective in institutions where they would be separated from the broader population. One of the most invasive tools in this toolkit was involuntary sterilization, the surgical prevention of reproduction without genuine consent. In various states, laws were passed that authorized the sterilization of people held in prisons, asylums, and specialized institutions, especially those classified as feeble-minded, insane, or habitual criminals. Boards of experts, often composed of physicians and administrators steeped in the language of scientific management, reviewed files, and decided whose future children were considered undesirable. The operations were described in bureaucratic terms as procedures to improve the health of the social body, yet for those who underwent them, they represented an irreversible intrusion into the most intimate aspects of bodily autonomy and family life. Many were poor, many were women, and disproportionate numbers were drawn from racial and ethnic minorities already targeted by other forms of exclusion. Segregation, too, received a boost from pseudo-scientific thought, even as it drew heavily on older habits of racial separation. In education, arguments were made that children of different races or perceived abilities should be schooled apart so that the advanced would not be held back, and that defective children should be placed in special classes or institutions where they would not burden regular classrooms. While specialized support could, in theory, be used to meet genuine needs, in practice these categories often served to isolate and limit those who did not fit the dominant mold, assigning them to tracks from which escape was difficult. In housing and urban planning, concerns about degenerate neighborhoods and racial mixing blended with real issues of overcrowding and sanitation to justify zoning laws and lending practices that concentrated black and immigrant populations in certain districts, while reserving others for those deemed more desirable. Lines drawn on maps, backed by appraisals and risk assessments, translated beliefs about race and class into access to credit, home ownership, and long-term accumulation of wealth. The language of disease and hygiene provided another bridge between scientific and bureaucratic harm. Public health campaigns, some genuinely beneficial in reducing epidemics, sometimes cast particular communities as reservoirs of contamination, focusing surveillance and intervention more heavily on immigrant quarters, black neighborhoods, and indigenous reservations. Quarantine measures, inspections, and targeted closures could be justified as necessary to protect the majority, even when they disrupted livelihoods and reinforced stigmas. The concept of social contagion, in which behaviors and attitudes were thought to spread like illnesses, was sometimes used to argue that people from certain backgrounds should be kept away from others, lest they transmit laziness, criminality, or radical ideas. Such metaphors, couched in the language of science, made it easier to see segregation and exclusion, not as acts of prejudice, but as expressions of prudent management. In all of these developments, charts, reports, case files, and policy manuals became the new instruments of harm. A committee recommendation could result in a neighborhood being denied investment for decades. A school psychologist's evaluation could send a child down a path of limited instruction and opportunity. A doctor's signature on a sterilization order could foreclose a lineage. The people making these decisions often saw themselves as rational and humane, convinced that they were acting on objective knowledge for the greater good. The suffering that resulted was dispersed, embedded in individual lives, rather than concentrated in a single spectacle. There were no crowds at a gallows, no cheering at a public whipping. Instead, there were quiet meetings, mailed notices, and the steady accumulation of disadvantage across years and generations. One of the most invasive tools in this toolkit was involuntary sterilization, the surgical prevention of reproduction without genuine consent. In various states, laws were passed that authorized the sterilization of people held in prisons, asylums, and specialized institutions, especially those classified as feeble-minded, insane, or habitual criminals. Boards of experts, often composed of physicians and administrators steeped in the language of scientific management, reviewed files, and decided whose future children were considered undesirable. The operations were described in bureaucratic terms, as procedures to improve the health of the social body, yet for those who underwent them, they represented an irreversible intrusion into the most intimate aspects of bodily autonomy and family life. Many were poor, many were women, and disproportionate numbers were drawn from racial and ethnic minorities already targeted by other forms of exclusion. Segregation, too, received a boost from pseudo-scientific thought, even as it drew heavily on older habits of racial separation. In education, arguments were made that children of different races or perceived abilities should be schooled apart so that the advanced would not be held back, and that defective children should be placed in special classes or institutions where they would not burden regular classrooms. While specialized support could, in theory, be used to meet genuine needs, in practice these categories often served to isolate and limit those who did not fit the dominant mold, assigning them to tracks from which escape was difficult. In housing and urban planning, concerns about degenerate neighborhoods and racial mixing blended with real issues of overcrowding and sanitation to justify zoning laws and lending practices that concentrated black and immigrant populations in certain districts, while reserving others for those deemed more desirable. Lines drawn on maps, backed by appraisals and risk assessments, translated beliefs about race and class into access to credit, home ownership, and long-term accumulation of wealth. The language of disease and hygiene provided another bridge between scientific and bureaucratic harm. Public health campaigns, some genuinely beneficial in reducing epidemics, sometimes cast particular communities as reservoirs of contamination, focusing surveillance and intervention more heavily on immigrant quarters, black neighborhoods, and indigenous reservations. Quarantine measures, inspections, and targeted closures could be justified as necessary to protect the majority, even when they disrupted livelihoods and reinforced stigmas. The concept of social contagion, in which behaviors and attitudes were thought to spread like illnesses, was sometimes used to argue that people from certain backgrounds should be kept away from others, lest they transmit laziness, criminality, or radical ideas. Such metaphors, couched in the language of science, made it easier to see segregation and exclusion, not as acts of prejudice, but as expressions of prudent management. In all of these developments, charts, reports, case files, and policy manuals became the new instruments of harm. A committee recommendation could result in a neighborhood being denied investment for decades. A school psychologist's evaluation could send a child down a path of limited instruction and opportunity. A doctor's signature on a sterilization order could foreclose a lineage. The people making these decisions often saw themselves as rational and humane, convinced that they were acting on objective knowledge for the greater good. The suffering that resulted was dispersed, embedded in individual lives, rather than concentrated in a single spectacle. There were no crowds at a gallows, no cheering at a public whipping. Instead, there were quiet meetings, mailed notices, and the steady accumulation of disadvantage across years and generations. For communities on the receiving end of these processes, the experience was one of being constantly assessed and found wanting by systems whose criteria they had little power to question. Interactions with schools, hospitals, courts, and welfare offices were suffused with the awareness that behind every question and form lay the possibility of being labeled unfit, delinquent, or suspect. Trust eroded as patterns of unequal treatment became evident. Higher rates of institutionalization for children of certain backgrounds, harsher sentences for similar offenses, greater scrutiny of families whose names or addresses marked them as members of marginalized groups. Even when individuals managed to navigate these obstacles successfully, the broader climate of suspicion and categorization remained, shaping where they could live, work, and move without attracting unwanted attention. Over time, some of the most overt expressions of scientific racism and eugenics lost legitimacy, especially as their association with extreme regimes abroad became undeniable, and as critics within the scientific community exposed methodological flaws and ethical abuses. Formal sterilization programs were curtailed or ended. Explicit racial hierarchies lost their place in respectable academic discourse. Yet the underlying habit of using measured differences to justify unequal treatment, and of embedding those justifications in bureaucratic procedures that appeared neutral, did not vanish. Testing, risk scoring, profiling, and data-driven decision-making continued to influence how institutions allocated resources and attention, often reproducing old patterns of inequality under new names. In this way, the long history of brutality, once expressed through chains, whips, and overtly discriminatory laws, flowed into the modern era through subtler channels. The same impulse to divide the population into those to be protected and those to be managed, those to be encouraged and those to be constrained, found support in theories that dressed prejudice as prudence and control as care. As state agencies expanded and professionalized, the management of dangerous, defective, or deviant bodies became a permanent project, not always announced in fiery speeches, but inscribed in patrol routes, intake forms, and sentencing guidelines, ensuring that the ancient work of sorting and disciplining would continue under the watch of uniforms, badges, and barred doors. By the time charts and case files had turned older prejudices into administrative routines, the United States had also begun to see itself not only as a continental power but as an actor on a much wider stage, sending ships, soldiers, and materiel into conflicts far from its own shores, and then receiving back, over the course of decades, not only veterans and memorials but also habits of thought, techniques of control, and literal tools of war that would seep almost imperceptibly at first into the ways it dealt with unrest and perceived danger at home. The country's participation in overseas wars, from the late 19th century's imperial ventures to the global cataclysms of the 20th century, and the more ambiguous interventions of the Cold War and its aftermath, required the creation and refinement of large bureaucratic and logistical systems, trained millions of citizens in the use of weapons and disciplined routines, and normalized the idea that threats could be met with organized, often overwhelming force. When those wars ended, the institutions and dispositions they had fostered did not simply dissolve, they lingered, looking for purposes, and one of the most accessible purposes lay in the management of domestic conflict, dissent and crime. The shift began slowly, with campaigns that still bore the imprint of an older, more localized approach to policing, but were increasingly infused with the language of national security. After the Spanish-American War and the assertion of control over islands in the Caribbean and Pacific, American troops and administrators experimented with forms of occupation and counterinsurgency, learning to patrol unfamiliar terrain, to gather intelligence on local resistance, and to coordinate military and civilian authority in the name of pacification. Some of the officers who cut their teeth in these settings later returned to domestic roles, bringing with them a sense that unrest could be understood as a kind of insurgency, and that maintaining order might require unusually proactive measures. The First World War, with its drafts, propaganda campaigns, and anxieties about espionage and sabotage, further blurred the line between foreign and domestic theaters, as laws against sedition and disloyalty were used not only against actual spies, but also against political radicals, labor organizers, and communities viewed as insufficiently supportive of the war effort. Surveillance of mail, meetings, and publications expanded, often under the justification that ideas themselves could be dangerous in wartime. The Second World War deepened these patterns on a much larger scale. The United States mobilized millions of men and women, trained them in regimented environments, and exposed them to the structures of command, obedience, and tactical thinking that large-scale warfare demands. Technologies developed or refined for the conflict, advanced communications, aviation, mechanized transport, and more systematic forms of data processing proved adaptable to many civilian users, including policing. At the same time, the decision to intern Japanese Americans on the West Coast, relocating them to camps inland under guard and behind barbed wire, demonstrated in a stark way how military logic could be applied to domestic populations when they were defined as potential threats, despite their citizenship. Here the language of precaution and security was used to justify the mass deprivation of liberty based on ancestry and presumed loyalty, setting a precedent that fear could license sweeping measures against entire communities. In the Cold War that followed, the sense of being engaged in a global long-term struggle against ideological enemies made it easier for officials to imagine that domestic dissent and foreign adversaries were connected aspects of a single challenge. Intelligence agencies and specialized units of law enforcement developed programs to monitor civil rights organizations, anti-war groups, and others whose demands or critiques were seen as potentially destabilizing. Files accumulated on activists, informants were recruited, and strategies borrowed from counterintelligence and psychological operations were adapted to discredit or fragment movements at home. The same mental frame that viewed distant guerrilla fighters or socialist parties as proxies for hostile powers was sometimes applied to student groups or neighborhood organizations, treating protests and strikes not simply as expressions of grievance but as symptoms of subversion that might require clandestine responses rather than open debate. In parallel, the literal tools and tactics of war began to filter more visibly into everyday policing. Urban unrest in the mid-20th century, particularly in the context of segregation, discrimination, and economic inequality, prompted authorities to create specialized units trained and equipped to respond rapidly to riots and perceived uprisings. Protective gear, armored vehicles, and heavier weapons, once reserved for battlefield use, started to appear in city streets when demonstrations or clashes were anticipated. Later, as wars in Southeast Asia, introduced another generation of soldiers to small unit tactics, helicopters, and jungle counterinsurgency. Some veterans returned to jobs in law enforcement or security, with experiences that shaped how they conceived of dangerous neighborhoods and high-crime areas, seeing in them echoes of hostile zones, where staying alive had required constant vigilance and a readiness to use force quickly. The official creation of specialized tactical teams, often called Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT units, was one of the clearer institutional expressions of this ongoing militarization, initially justified as responses to extraordinary threats, such as heavily armed criminals or hostage situations. These units trained in methods that borrowed from military doctrine, coordinated entry into buildings, use of heavy weaponry, reliance on intelligence about targets' routines, and an emphasis on overwhelming power at the point of contact. Over time, the scope of their deployment expanded, so that raids on suspected drug houses, the serving of high-risk warrants, and even responses to some protests could involve armored vehicles, flashbang grenades, and officers in battle-style uniforms. The visual and sensory impression created by such operations, the roar of engines, the shouted commands, the forced entry, drew directly from scenes more often associated with war zones than with civilian law enforcement. Surplus military equipment reinforced this trend. As conflicts ended and the armed forces modernized, older vehicles, weapons, and protective gear became available for transfer to local police agencies, sometimes at low or no cost beyond maintenance. Departments that might once have relied on standard patrol cars and pistols found themselves able to acquire armored personnel carriers, semi-automatic rifles, night vision devices, and high-grade body armor. The presence of such equipment in a department's inventory did not automatically determine its use, but it did influence training, planning, and self-image. Officers drilled with these tools, incorporated them into scenarios, and developed doctrines that assumed their availability, making it more plausible, when uncertainty arose, to deploy them. In this way, the material legacy of overseas conflicts, objects designed for battlefields, quietly reoriented domestic policing toward a more military posture, especially in communities already marked as dangerous or volatile. The mindset that accompanied this equipment was no less significant. Veterans of wars in which the enemy was often indistinguishable from civilians returned to a society where certain neighborhoods and populations had long been coded as suspect through the intertwined histories of racism, poverty, and criminalization. To patrol a poor urban district or a border region with a sense that one might encounter ambushes or hidden threats drew on experiences formed in jungles, deserts, or bomb-scarred towns abroad. Training that emphasized officer safety above all else, combined with narratives about drug wars, gangs, or terrorism, encouraged viewing ordinary street encounters through a lens of potential combat, in which hesitation could be fatal and preemption was therefore justified. This did not mean that every officer consciously thought of their work as war, but the metaphors of battle and the language of front lines entered internal discussions and public rhetoric, shaping expectations on all sides. At the same time, advances in surveillance developed in military and intelligence contexts. Signal interception, aerial reconnaissance, data analysis found civilian applications, especially as technology made them cheaper and more flexible. Helicopters, and later, aircraft and satellites that could track movement from above became part of large-scale searches and monitoring. Radio intercepts, and eventually, digital communications surveillance allowed the mapping of networks of association. Systems originally designed to track foreign adversaries evolved, over decades, into domestic tools that could map calls, monitor social media, or analyze patterns of movement in cities, connecting old fears of insurgency with newer anxieties about crime and terrorism. Databases and watch lists, the bureaucratic descendants of earlier files on suspected radicals, expanded in size and scope, with inclusion sometimes based on loose criteria or associations rather than on clear, adjudicated evidence. For communities on the receiving end of these developments, the distinction between police and soldiers could become blurred, especially during moments of heightened tension. The arrival of armored vehicles in residential streets, the sight of officers in camouflage or black tactical gear, and the use of tactics that prioritize swift domination over dialogue communicated, at a visceral level, that the state approached them less as citizens to be served than as populations to be controlled. This impression was reinforced when protests against specific incidents of violence or injustice were met with lines of riot police equipped with shields, batons, and gas, invoking images of occupation more than of mediation. The psychological distance between those enforcing order and those experiencing it grew wider, as the tools of enforcement became more imposing, and the justification for their use increasingly couched in terms of preempting threats. Yet the militarization of policing did not arise solely from the importation of foreign tactics and gear. It meshed with long-standing domestic patterns that had already normalized intense control over black, indigenous, immigrant, and poor communities. The selective application of aggressive methods, more frequent raids, heavier patrol presence, more readiness to use force in certain neighborhoods rather than others, ensured that the burdens of this militarized approach fell unevenly, deepening existing inequalities. When critics raised concerns, they often encountered a fusion of arguments, references to crime statistics and neighborhood disorder intertwined with invocations of national security, the war on drugs, or the need to be prepared for catastrophic events. In this fusion, the lessons of wars abroad and the habits of fear and hierarchy at home reinforced one another, making it difficult to untangle where external influence ended and internal tradition began. As these patterns settled into the institutional memory of police departments, sheriff's offices, and federal agencies, the project of managing dangerous bodies became increasingly permanent and normalized, not always framed explicitly as war, but often borrowing war's metaphors, equipment, and operating assumptions. In the decades that followed, policies labeled as wars on drugs, on crime, on terror, would further institutionalize this convergence, embedding in statutes and budgets the idea that persistent domestic problems could be approached with campaigns and offensives, measured in arrests and seizures, even when the underlying causes of those problems lay far beyond the reach of armored vehicles and tactical teams. By the time armored vehicles and tactical teams had begun to appear on American streets, and by the time wars on drugs and crime had turned certain neighborhoods into perpetual front lines, another, less visible layer of brutality had already been laid down in lines on maps, in mortgage ledgers, and in the routing of roads and pipes. The blunt instruments of batons and guns interacted with quieter tools, colored shading on appraisal forms, zoning ordinances, highway plans, and the credit decisions of banks that never met the people whose lives they were shaping. In the middle decades of the 20th century, as cities grew and suburbs expanded, the old habits of ranking human worth by race and class were translated into patterns of bricks, concrete, and property values, creating landscapes in which some communities enjoyed parks, fresh air, reliable schools, and well-stocked grocery stores, while others lived with peeling paint, industrial smoke, overcrowded classrooms, and corner shops selling mostly cheap calories. In such a world, brutality did not always announce itself with visible bloodshed. It moved through asthma attacks, lead exposure, underfunded classrooms, and the grinding effort required to cross town on unreliable buses. One of the key instruments in this transformation was the practice now remembered as redlining, a term that evokes the literal red ink used to mark maps of American cities. In the 1930s and 1940s, as federal agencies and private lenders sought to systematize the granting of home loans, they created rating systems for neighborhoods, grading them from the most desirable to the most risky. These assessments took into account building conditions and economic indicators, but they also often explicitly incorporated racial composition as a factor, treating the presence of black residents, and sometimes other minorities or recent immigrants, as a sign that property values would decline. Neighborhoods with significant black populations were outlined in red and classified as hazardous for investment, regardless of the actual creditworthiness of individual families living there. Even when residents kept up their homes, worked steadily, and formed stable communities, the label assigned from afar marked their blocks as unworthy of conventional loans and insurance. The consequences unfolded slowly but steadily. In safe areas, typically white and often newly developed on the fringes of cities, federally backed mortgages made homeownership accessible to many working and middle-class families, enabling them to build equity and pass on wealth across generations. Streets were lined with relatively new houses, schools received tax revenue from rising property values, and local businesses benefited from customers with some disposable income. In the redlined districts, by contrast, landlords struggled to secure financing for repairs, or chose not to bother when returns were low. Homeowners found it difficult or impossible to refinance or to sell at fair prices. Speculative buyers sometimes acquired properties cheaply and milked them for rent while neglecting maintenance. Over time, paint flaked from walls, roofs deteriorated, and infrastructure aged without adequate replacement, not because the people living there cared less, but because the flow of capital had been deliberately choked off. Urban planning decisions reinforced these patterns. When municipalities and state agencies plotted the routes of new highways meant to speed suburban commuters into downtowns and to facilitate long-distance travel, they often chose paths that cut directly through existing black and poor neighborhoods. Houses, churches, and small businesses were demolished under the banner of progress. Residents were displaced, sometimes with minimal compensation, and relocated to other already crowded or undervalued districts. The new concrete ribbons brought noise, pollution, and physical barriers, turning formerly connected streets into dead ends and separating communities from parks, waterfronts, or commercial centers. To the motorists who sped overhead, the neighborhoods beneath might be a fleeting blur or a name on an exit sign. To those who lived alongside the ramparts, the daily experience was one of constant sound grime and the knowledge that their homes had been deemed less worthy of preservation than the convenience of those traveling elsewhere. Environmental burdens clustered in similar ways. Industrial facilities, waste treatment plants, and other sources of pollution were more likely to be sited near communities already marked as marginal, where land was cheaper and political resistance weaker. The air in such districts carried higher levels of particulate matter. The soil and water were more likely to be contaminated by past dumping or leaching. Children grew up breathing exhaust from both highways and nearby factories, playing in lots where the ground held residues of leaded gasoline, peeling lead-based paint, or industrial chemicals. Asthma, cancers, and other health conditions appeared at higher rates, yet the connection between these ailments and the built environment could be easy to overlook when examined one household at a time. From a detached distance, it might appear that certain populations were simply less healthy or more prone to certain diseases, obscuring the causal role of decisions made long before most residents were born. The schools that served these neighborhoods reflected and perpetuated the disparities. Because public education funding was often tied to local property taxes, districts with lower property values had less revenue to support classrooms, teacher salaries, and facilities. Buildings went without repairs, libraries lacked current books, and class sizes swelled. Teachers, many dedicated and resourceful, worked within constraints that made it difficult to offer the same range of courses, extracurriculars, and support services available in wealthier areas. Students who struggled with the cumulative effects of health issues, family economic stress, and cramped housing entered classrooms where resources to address these challenges were limited. When tests and graduation rates later showed gaps in achievement, those results could be misread as evidence of inferior effort or ability, rather than as reflections of structural neglect. At the same time, the commercial landscape diverged. In some neighborhoods, full-service grocery stores with fresh produce and varied offerings did not see sufficient profit potential or perceived safety to invest, leaving residents dependent on small corner markets and fast food outlets. The result was not literal starvation but a skewed diet, richer in processed foods and lower in fresh fruits and vegetables, contributing over the long term to higher rates of obesity, diabetes, and other diet-related conditions. The The term food desert would later be used to describe these areas, but the metaphor of a naturally occurring barren landscape concealed the fact that the absence of certain kinds of stores was the product of choices based on profit calculations and perceptions shaped by race and class. Once again, the harm registered in medical charts and household budgets, not in a single dramatic event. Policing patterns added another layer to this geography of invisible violence. Neighborhoods marked by disinvestment and concentrated poverty were more likely to experience higher rates of certain crimes, in part because of limited economic opportunities and crowded living conditions, but also because they were more heavily policed. Officers, encouraged by statistics-driven strategies and by narratives that framed specific districts as hotspots, spent more time conducting stops, searches, and surveillance in these areas than in wealthier ones. Minor infractions, such as loitering, disorderly conduct, or small-scale drug possession, were more likely to result in arrest and formal charges, setting in motion a chain of court dates, fines, and potential jail time. Residents learned that public space in their neighborhood came with a constant risk of official scrutiny. Children grew up watching relatives and neighbors pulled aside, questioned, or taken away in handcuffs. The emotional toll of living under such conditions, fear, mistrust, the narrowing of horizons, compounded the material disadvantages produced by redlining and disinvestment. From the vantage point of those who benefited from more favorable zoning and lending, this arrangement could appear natural, even invisible. Suburban cul-de-sacs with tidy lawns and well-funded schools seemed to be the result of personal effort and prudent choices. The fact that these neighborhoods had been actively subsidized and protected through mortgage supports, highway access, and exclusionary zoning was often forgotten or unknown. News reports that highlighted crime in inner-city neighborhoods, or that portrayed public housing projects as inherently troubled, reinforced the impression that disorder and deprivation were inherent characteristics of certain communities rather than outcomes of policy. In this way, brutality was reframed as misfortune or cultural failure, while the structures that produced it receded into the background. For those living within the red lines and beneath the overpasses, however, the accumulated weight of these decisions was inescapable. The sound of trucks downshifting on elevated roadways, the smell of exhaust and refuse on hot days, the sight of peeling school walls and crowded waiting rooms at under-resourced clinics all formed the sensory texture of life. Dreams of mobility, whether geographic, economic, or educational, had to be pursued in the face of obstacles that were not simply personal missteps but built into the very arrangement of streets and institutions. Families might move from one apartment to another within the same constrained grid, but escaping the pattern completely required resources and connections that were, by design, unevenly distributed. In this way, the old logic of brutality, of deciding whose bodies could be sacrificed for the comfort of others, was etched into the concrete of cities and the ledger lines of banks. The whips and chains of earlier centuries had left visible scars, but now harm could be inflicted through the slow drip of pollution, the steady erosion of opportunity, and the daily reminder that certain neighborhoods were valued less. As later debates about crime, policing, and social welfare unfolded, they did so atop this uneven ground, where some communities had been repeatedly cushioned by public support and others had been systematically denied it, ensuring that discussions about responsibility and behavior could never be entirely separated from the map. By the time red lines on maps, elevated highways, and patterns of patrol had quietly divided American cities into zones of protection and zones of exposure, another current was flowing through living rooms, movie theaters, car radios, and later, phone screens, translating the long history of conquest, punishment, and selective fear into moving images and looping narratives that seemed, on the surface, to be mere entertainment or passing information. Films, television shows, news broadcasts, and games did not invent the idea that some lives are dangerous and others are worth defending at all costs, but they inherited older stories that had accompanied empire, slavery, and frontier expansion, and repackaged them in familiar formats. The tight arc of a police procedural, the sweeping struggle of a war epic, the tense chase of an action thriller, the grainy clip on the evening news. In these narratives, violence was rarely presented as random. It was given context and justification, framed as necessary to preserve order, to defeat evil, or simply to survive in a world said to be full of lurking threats. Over decades, this steady flow of images began to shape how millions of people imagined police officers and soldiers, criminals and rebels, neighborhoods and nations, making it easier to accept certain uses of force as natural while questioning others hardly at all. In Hollywood's early decades, stories about the American past helped set the template. Westerns, one of the defining genres of 20th century cinema, drew directly on frontier myths that had long painted the westward expansion of settlers as a heroic march into wilderness, rather than as a process of dispossession. On screen, the landscape was vast and empty, punctuated only by small outposts of civilization, and by indigenous figures often portrayed as faceless bands of attackers, rather than as members of complex nations with their own histories. The recurring structure was simple and potent: a beleaguered community, a threat emerging from the surrounding land, and a figure usually white, usually male, who met that threat with decisive necessary violence. Gunfights at noon, cavalry charges over ridges, and last stands at cabins or forts condensed centuries of conquest into tight bursts of action and resolution, reinforcing the idea that order on the frontier had been won by individuals willing to kill in defense of homesteads and towns. The burned villages, forced marches and treaty betrayals that had actually characterized much of this history slipped out of the frame, leaving behind a polished legend in which brutality seemed a reluctant but inevitable tool of progress. As the 20th century advanced and the focus of American power shifted from internal frontiers to global conflicts, cinematic attention followed. War films presented battles overseas as arenas of courage and sacrifice, emphasizing camaraderie among soldiers and the clarity of fighting against regimes widely acknowledged as brutal. These depictions were not wholly false. Many who served did experience intense bonds and genuine moral conviction, yet the camera's gaze often narrowed, focusing on the heroism of those wearing American uniforms while glossing over the civilian casualties, scorched villages, and lingering devastation that accompanied modern warfare. In the background, bombed cities and displaced families might appear briefly as settings, but the moral weight of the story rested on the necessity of defeating the enemy. When veterans returned and later saw riot police in their own streets equipped with similar gear or adopting similar formations, the visual continuity could make domestic uses of force feel like extensions of the same struggle, especially when official rhetoric framed protesters or criminal elements as threats to stability. Television, with its regular scheduling and presence in everyday domestic life, carried these themes into weekly rhythms. Police procedurals, news broadcasts, and reality-based shows about law enforcement offered viewers a steady diet of narratives in which officers investigated crimes, pursued suspects, and resolved cases, often within a single episode. The structure hinged on a pattern: a disturbance, an investigation, an escalation, and finally, an assertion of order, frequently through arrest or physical confrontation. Viewers spent much of their time aligned with the perspective of officers, riding in squad cars, watching interrogations, and receiving voice-over explanations that painted suspects as dangerous or deceptive. The messy uncertainties of real investigations, the possibility of mistaken identity, biased enforcement, or coerced confessions were compressed or omitted. Over time, this framing encouraged a subtle identification. The uniformed figure became the natural protagonist, the one whose safety and success mattered most, while those on the other side of the badge were reduced to plot obstacles, even when their backstories hinted at hardship or desperation. Local news reinforced this pattern in another key of storytelling. In many urban areas, evening broadcasts featured segments that highlighted crime, often selecting incidents involving violence in specific neighborhoods. Grainy footage of police tape, flashing lights, and handcuffed suspects being guided into cars appeared alongside anchor scripts that emphasized danger and urgency. The selection of which crimes to cover and how to present them was rarely neutral. Offenses in wealthier districts, particularly those without dramatic visuals, might receive less attention than shootings or robberies in already stigmatized areas. As a result, viewers who relied on such broadcasts to form their mental map of the city could come to associate certain postal codes, street names, or even skin tones with danger, even if overall crime statistics did not justify the level of fear. The language used terms like high crime area or troubled neighborhood, echoed planning and policing jargon, reinforcing the idea that some places were inherently risky and that heavy enforcement there was simply common sense. Entertainment media also played a role in shaping perceptions of race and threat in more subtle ways. Characters of color, especially Black and Latino men, were disproportionately cast as gang members, drug dealers, or anonymous toughs, their roles limited to brief moments of menace or confrontation. Even when stories centered on law-abiding protagonists of color, they often did so against a backdrop of implied criminality, as if their virtue were remarkable precisely because it contrasted with stereotypes about their communities. Meanwhile, white criminal characters were more likely to be portrayed with complexity, as anti-heroes whose misdeeds could be contextualized by trauma, circumstance, or charm. These patterns did not require overt statements about hierarchy. They did their work through repetition, teaching audiences to expect certain kinds of behavior from certain kinds of faces, so that when real-life incidents occurred, interpretations were filtered through these accumulated images. As video games emerged and matured as a medium, they introduced another dimension to the normalization of force. Many popular titles placed players in the role of soldiers, police officers, or vigilantes, rewarding the effective use of weapons, decisive aggression, and tactical thinking in hostile environments. The interactivity of these experiences differed from film and television. Instead of watching a character manage threats, players themselves chose when to pull the trigger, which targets to prioritize, and how to respond under simulated pressure. This did not automatically translate into real-world behavior, but it did shape hours of mental rehearsal in which violence was a primary means of problem-solving. Settings often mirrored familiar conflicts, urban crime, foreign wars, apocalyptic scenarios, blending fiction with echoes of news footage and reinforcing the impression that danger was constant and that security depended on the capacity to dominate opponents quickly. At the same time, structural and slow forms of harm rarely received the same narrative attention. There were fewer films and shows that centered on the gradual effects of polluted air, lead in water, underfunded schools, or chronic stress from living under surveillance and precarious work. When such issues did appear, they were often treated as background conditions or as the personal struggles of individuals, rather than as consequences of policy and history. The cramped apartment, the failing school, or the overcrowded clinic might serve as a backdrop for a crime story rather than as the main subject. This imbalance meant that audiences were regularly invited to feel intense, immediate fear about discrete acts of interpersonal violence, while remaining comparatively numb to the quieter, but more pervasive harms that shaped life expectancies and opportunities across whole communities. Political rhetoric drew on these mediated images, amplifying certain themes. Campaign ads and speeches frequently deployed footage of police cars, prison fences, and grainy crime scenes to argue for tougher laws, more funding for enforcement, and broader surveillance powers. Slogans about getting tough on crime or restoring law and order resonated with viewers whose mental library of images already linked safety with muscular responses, and who had learned to associate particular neighborhoods and demographics with threat. When policies led to increased incarceration, intensified patrols, or more frequent use of force, those outcomes could be defended by pointing to the same mediated narratives. If the world was as dangerous as the screens suggested, then extraordinary measures seemed not only reasonable but necessary. In this environment, brutality could be both more visible and more obscured. Instances of police violence caught on camera, particularly in the era of mobile phones and social media, could circulate widely, provoking outrage and calls for reform. Yet these same images were often interpreted in very different ways depending on the viewer's prior beliefs and the narratives they had absorbed. Some saw proof of systemic abuse, others saw isolated overreactions in a stressful job, or focused on the moments in clips that seemed to justify force. Commentators framed events using familiar templates: the bad apple, the split-second decision, the dangerous suspect, the heroic restraint. Long histories of unequal enforcement, discriminatory sentencing, and the structural conditions that brought officers and civilians into fraught proximity were harder to compress into shareable segments, harder to dramatize in clear arcs, and so remained partially submerged beneath the more immediately gripping spectacle. The cumulative effect of this mediated environment was not to program individuals in a simple, direct way, but to create a cultural atmosphere in which certain associations and assumptions felt natural. The image of the armed officer standing between order and chaos, the soldier fighting far away to keep danger from crossing oceans, the suspect whose body could be thrown to the ground or shot without the viewer fully imagining their inner life, all became familiar types when elections, policy debates, or jury deliberations called on citizens to make judgments about acceptable levels of force, about where to invest resources, or about how to interpret a contested encounter. These types hovered at the edge of consciousness, shaping intuitions before explicit arguments were even heard. Thus, the long story of brutality, which had once been inscribed in the walls of ancient cities, in decrees and public executions, in plantation fields and lynching trees, found new inscriptions in flickering frames and broadcast scripts. The old themes, external enemies, internal disorder, noble defenders, dangerous others, were retold with modern costumes and technology, but the underlying lessons often remained the same: that the world is full of threats, that order is fragile, and that it is both inevitable and righteous that some should wield force while others live under its shadow. As the 20th century gave way to the 21st, and screens multiplied from living rooms to pockets, these lessons traveled still more intimately with individuals, shaping how they saw their neighbors, their institutions, and themselves in the mirror of a culture soaked, often quietly, in stories of force as solution. By the time images of flashing lights, grainy surveillance footage, and dramatized shootouts had become a regular part of American visual life, the country had already built, with far less spectacle, a vast lattice of concrete, steel, paperwork, and routine through which millions of people would pass, often quietly, sometimes for years at a time, their movements regulated down to the minute, and their futures narrowed by decisions made in courtrooms and legislative chambers they would never see. The United States, drawing on older habits of punishment and control, and on newer fears about crime, drugs, and disorder, assembled one of the largest prison systems in the world, measured not only in the sheer number of people behind bars on any given day, but also in the reach of probation, parole, and related forms of supervision that extended the state's grip into homes and workplaces. This was not a single policy enacted at once, but an accumulation of choices, each framed as a response to threat, each draped in the neutral language of public safety and crime control, yet together forming a structure that bore unmistakable resemblances to older regimes of racialized bondage and plantation discipline. The formal pivot began in the last decades of the 20th century, when rising concerns about crime and drug use intersected with political incentives to appear tough and decisive. Laws were passed that increased penalties for a wide range of offenses, introduced mandatory minimum sentences that limited judicial discretion, and created three strikes and habitual offender statutes that sent repeat offenders to prison for decades or life, even when the triggering offense itself might have been non-violent. At the same time, the declared war on drugs shifted enforcement priorities sharply towards certain substances and modes of use, particularly those associated with poor and urban communities of color. The penalties for possession or sale of some drugs were set far higher than for others, and police practices concentrated arrests in neighborhoods already marked by earlier histories of disinvestment and over-policing. Court dockets filled with drug cases, many involving small quantities or low-level roles in distribution networks, and prisons began to swell with people serving long sentences for conduct that, under a different policy regime, might have drawn fines, treatment referrals, or short terms. Inside this expanding system, the distribution of bodies reflected the country's long-standing hierarchies. Black and Latino communities, already subject to heavier surveillance and more frequent stops, were disproportionately represented behind bars, not because they were uniquely prone to wrongdoing, but because the machinery of enforcement pressed more heavily upon them at every stage, from initial contact with police to charging decisions by prosecutors, from bail and plea bargaining to sentencing. Poverty compounded these disparities. Those who could not afford private attorneys or secure pretrial release were more likely to accept plea deals, even when evidence against them was weak, simply to avoid the risk of harsher outcomes at trial. Over time, this produced a statistical landscape in which incarceration rates stood out starkly along lines of race and class, giving the impression that the system was responding to where crime inherently resided rather than to how enforcement was distributed and laws were written. The physical spaces of incarceration echoed older forms of containment and supervision. Prison yards, tiered cell blocks, and dormitories were arranged to maximize observation and limit uncontrolled gathering, with cameras, guard towers, and frequent counts ensuring that bodies could be accounted for at all times. Schedules carved the day into tightly regulated segments: wake up, head counts, meals, work assignments, recreation, lockdown. Movement through corridors was controlled by gates and clocks, subject to the decisions of officers whose authority extended over the smallest details of daily life, from clothing to speech. Punishments for infractions included not only loss of privileges, but also placement in solitary confinement, where people could spend weeks, months, or even years in small cells with minimal human contact, a form of isolation that gnawed at the mind while leaving few visible marks on the skin. The logic was one of discipline through surveillance and deprivation, a refined descendant of the plantations' insistence that every motion of the enslaved body should be knowable, controllable, and oriented toward the owner's purposes. Labor, too, played a recurring role. The constitutional amendment that abolished slavery in the United States famously included an exception for those convicted of crime, and in the decades after the Civil War, this loophole had been exploited through systems of convict leasing and chain gangs that moved predominantly black prisoners into mines, farms, and public works under brutal conditions. In the modern era, overt leasing to private parties diminished, but the principle that incarcerated people could be compelled to work for little or no pay persisted. Within prisons, men and women labored in kitchens, laundries, maintenance crews, and workshops, producing goods and services for the institution itself, for other state agencies, or in some cases for private companies. The wages paid were often token amounts, insufficient to cover the high prices charged at prison commissaries for basic items, let alone to accumulate savings for life after release. Refusal to work could be punished as a disciplinary offense, reinforcing the sense that the deprivation of liberty carried with it an expectation of productive labor, organized and directed by others, in exchange for which only minimal material benefit would flow to the worker. The geographical placement of prisons added another layer to this pattern. Many facilities were built in rural or economically struggling regions, where they were promoted as sources of jobs and steady-state investment. Urban residents, disproportionately drawn from poor and minority neighborhoods, were thus transported hundreds of miles away from their home communities, their presence in distant counties counted in local population figures that could influence political representation and funding, even though they themselves could not vote and would return, if they returned at all, to the cities from which they had come. This arrangement brought certain economic benefits to the largely white rural areas hosting the prisons, while concentrating the long-term social and familial costs back in the urban neighborhoods, whose residents cycled in and out of custody, disrupting family structures and neighborhood networks. The movement of bodies along this corridor from inner city streets to remote compounds and back echoed older flows of coerced labor from one region to another, reinforcing inequalities between places, even as officials spoke of the system in neutral terms. Beyond the prison walls, the reach of mass incarceration extended through parole, probation, and the lasting stigma of a record. Individuals released from custody often found themselves under supervision regimes that imposed curfews, mandatory meetings, restrictions on travel, and requirements to maintain steady employment, all under the threat that missteps could result in a return to prison. At the same time, having a criminal record, especially for a felony, could limit access to jobs, housing, education, and even voting, depending on the state. The label of ex-offender thus functioned as a kind of modern brand, marking people as permanently suspect in the eyes of employers, landlords, and sometimes even neighbors, regardless of the circumstances of the original offense or subsequent conduct. Families of the incarcerated bore secondary burdens, lost income, travel costs for prison visits, emotional strain, and the complexities of parenting or partnership when one member was physically and institutionally removed. Children growing up in such circumstances absorbed messages about how fragile freedom could be, especially for those who looked like their parents, cousins, and older siblings. At the level of political discourse, this vast apparatus was often described with abstractions: crime rates, recidivism, public safety, law and order. Spreadsheets and charts tracked prison populations and budgets, presenting the growth of incarceration as a problem of capacity and cost, rather than as a moral and historical question. The racial dimensions were sometimes acknowledged, sometimes dismissed as unfortunate side effects of otherwise neutral processes. Narratives about personal responsibility and choice emphasized the decisions of those who had been convicted, downplaying the structural factors that made some communities more likely to be targeted by enforcement, and some individuals more likely to be punished harshly. In this way, the system's continuity with plantation logics, the use of coercion to control a stigmatized laboring population, the framing of resistance as dangerous disorder, the readiness to sacrifice the well-being of certain groups for the comfort of others, remained partly concealed beneath the language of modern bureaucracy. Yet, for those moving through its corridors, the resonance with older forms of domination could be felt in countless details, in the calloused routines of work assignments, in the watchful eyes of guards and cameras, in the knowledge that a minor misstep could provoke a disproportionately severe response, in the sense that their time and bodies were not their own. The same society that spoke of freedom and opportunity as central values maintained, often out of sight and mind, an intricate system designed to keep particular populations under constant oversight, available for compelled labor, and stripped at least temporarily of many civil rights. The brutality here was not only in the violence that occasionally flared in beatings, riots, or lethal encounters, but also in the persistent grinding reduction of human lives to numbers in files and beds in cells to be managed, counted, and moved with an efficiency that echoed earlier eras as cold calculations about how many workers a field or a factory could absorb. As this carceral order settled into place, it interacted with all the other layers of harm that had accumulated over centuries: dispossessed land, segregated schools, polluted neighborhoods, haunting memories of whips and lynch mobs and raids, so that for many individuals and communities the experience of American life involved navigating a landscape where risk and restraint were constant companions, where self-protection meant not only avoiding immediate danger, but also learning how to live with the lingering psychological marks of systems built on fear, humiliation, and the ever-present possibility of being taken, once again, into custody. Across the long arc of this history, in which wounds accumulated in bodies and landscapes and institutions learned, again and again, to refine their capacity to harm, there were always quieter countercurrents, threads of refusal that did not erase brutality, but insisted that it could be named, resisted, and at least in part, restrained. These currents did not sweep away the hard structures of power in a single surge, but moved more like groundwater, seeping through cracks, rising in unexpected springs, feeding marshes of collective memory, and small gardens of change that might look fragile from a distance yet endured across generations. In the aftermath of lynchings, when trees still bore the marks of ropes and local newspapers carried euphemistic accounts of mob justice, people gathered in church basements and union halls and cramped apartments to write pamphlets, organize petitions, and send letters that recorded names and circumstances in stark, unflinching detail, refusing to let deaths be reduced to rumor or to vanish into silence. This work, associated with figures such as Ida B. Wells and with organizations that would take shape as the 20th century advanced, turned scattered grief into documented accusation, insisting that what some communities treated as an unremarkable assertion of dominance was in fact a scandal that demanded national attention and moral reckoning. In the same period, campaigns against segregation and disfranchisement slowly learned to transform private frustrations and whispered complaints into public marches, lawsuits, and boycotts, treating buses and lunch counters and ballot boxes as both practical necessities and symbolic battlegrounds where the everyday routines of exclusion could be challenged. Children walking calmly into schools guarded by soldiers, women and men sitting quietly at lunch counters while insults and food were hurled at them, pedestrians choosing to walk rather than ride, segregated buses for months at a time, all embodied a form of resistance that refused to mirror the open brutality it confronted, instead showing in persistent, disciplined presence that the social order presented as natural could be made to stutter and falter when those who had been cast as passive objects of control chose to move otherwise. Courtrooms, too, became arenas of this slow work, as lawyers and plaintiffs assembled records, affidavits, and arguments that translated lived experiences of discrimination into legal claims, persuading judges in some cases to strike down statutes that had long hidden behind the language of tradition or local custom. Each decision did not dismantle the structures of segregation overnight, but it weakened their formal supports and offered new tools for further challenges. Against police brutality and carceral excess, resistance took forms that were sometimes quiet and sometimes confrontational, ranging from families who learned to navigate officers' expectations with painful care, teaching their children coded rules for surviving encounters, to organized groups that monitored police activity, documented abuses, and demanded oversight. In some cities, community organizations armed with notebooks and cameras trailed patrol cars, writing down badge numbers and times, creating alternative archives of what happened on street corners and in alleys after dark. Prisoners, often invisible to the wider public, staged hunger strikes, work stoppages, and carefully worded petitions, asserting that even within walls designed to erase individuality, they remained thinking, feeling people capable of judgment about the conditions imposed on them outside. Former prisoners and their families slowly built networks devoted to reform or abolition, collecting stories that showed how sentences and conditions extended, rather than resolved, the harms that official rhetoric claimed to be addressing. Parallel to these efforts, movements against gendered violence emerged from kitchens, dorm rooms, and shelters, places where those harmed by intimate partners, family members, and strangers compared experiences and began to recognize patterns that had long been dismissed as private misfortune or shameful secrets. Consciousness-raising groups in the late 20th century and later networks organized through phone trees, newsletters, and eventually digital platforms, traced the ways in which laws, norms, and institutional responses had minimized or ignored violence against women and children, treating it as a domestic matter rather than as a public concern. Shelters and crisis lines offered immediate refuge and support, while campaigns for legal change sought to redefine what counted as assault, to ensure that marital status or reputation would not negate a claim to bodily autonomy, and to expand the range of behaviors that institutions were required to take seriously. The work was often incremental and met with backlash, yet over time it shifted the boundaries of what could be acknowledged and what could be demanded in response. Other movements focused on labor, disability, sexuality, and indigenous sovereignty added further layers to this tapestry of resistance. each bringing its own way of seeing how harm operated and how it might be contested. Labor activists drawing on long traditions of organizing in mines, mills, and fields pushed for safety standards, limits on working hours, and the recognition of unions, arguing that injury and early death caused by overwork and unsafe conditions were not accidents, but predictable outcomes of putting profit first. Disability advocates insisted that confinement and exclusion in institutions and inaccessible spaces constituted a form of structural violence, and that ramps, interpreters, and inclusive design were not luxuries but basic forms of respect. LGBTQ+ organizers pointed out how policing, medical classification, and family law had been used to stigmatize and punish non-conforming bodies and desires, turning the simple act of living openly into a daily risk, and worked to carve out legal protections and cultural spaces in which their lives could unfold with less fear. Indigenous activists tracing broken treaties and environmental degradation on their lands tied together questions of sovereignty, cultural survival, and ecological health, showing how pipelines, dams, and extractive projects continued older patterns of dispossession in new guises, and how resistance could blend prayer camps, legal challenges, and international advocacy. In all of these cases, memory played a central role, not only as a record of grievances, but as a resource for endurance. Families kept stories of past injustices alive around tables and in community gatherings, teaching younger generations the names of relatives who had been lynched, evicted, deported, sterilized, or imprisoned. Archivists, historians, and grassroots collectors of oral history preserved documents, photographs, and testimonies that might otherwise have been lost, ensuring that the official version of events could be confronted with alternative accounts. Memorials, whether modest plaques at the sites of former jails and auction blocks or larger museums and monuments, attempted to inscribe into public space the realities that had so often been pushed to the margins. Pilgrimages to such sites, school trips, and private visits alike allowed individuals to stand in places where violence had been done and to consider, in quiet, how the echoes of those acts still reverberated through their own lives. Commemorative rituals, marches retracing the roots of earlier protests, days of remembrance for victims of hate crimes or state violence, wove a thread of continuity between past and present, showing that the work of naming harm did not end when a particular practice was outlawed or a policy revised. Resistance also involved the cultivation of alternative ways of living that, in their very existence, challenged the inevitability of brutality. Cooperative housing projects, community gardens, and mutual aid networks demonstrated that resources could be shared and managed in ways that prioritized collective well-being, rather than extraction. Restorative and transformative justice initiatives experimented with responses to conflict and harm that moved away from automatic calls for punishment and toward processes aimed at repairing relationships, meeting needs, and preventing recurrence without resorting to cages or ostracism. Artistic practices, murals on once blank walls, songs that retold history from below, novels and films that centered the experiences of those previously relegated to the background, offered imaginative spaces in which viewers and readers could rehearse different futures, ones in which security did not depend on domination, and in which the full humanity of people labeled dangerous or deviant was recognized. None of this erased the continued presence of harsh laws, inequitable enforcement, or violence in homes and streets, and those working in these movements were often deeply aware of how limited and fragile their gains could be. Court decisions could be reversed, statutes could be weakened or ignored, economic crises could threaten funding for social programs, and backlash could erupt in ways that revived older patterns under new slogans. Yet the fact that brutality had to adapt, had to disguise itself, had to justify itself in ever more elaborate language, was itself a sign that its previously unquestioned status had been unsettled by generations of persistent challenge. Where once a lynching might pass with local approval and minimal external scrutiny, later eras brought investigative reporting, national campaigns, and international condemnation. Where once segregation had been enshrined explicitly in law, later iterations had to work through subtler mechanisms of zoning, finance, and informal exclusion, precisely because overt forms had been discredited by sustained critique. In this sense, the legacy of brutality in America, stretching back to walled cities, empires of iron, plantations, frontiers, factories, and prisons, includes not only the hard surfaces of walls, bars, and armored vehicles, but also the softer yet tenacious fibers of collective effort, memory, and imagination that have repeatedly wrapped themselves around the sharp edges of power, and, if not blunting them completely, at least making them more visible and less easily justified. Each petition, march, lawsuit, strike, sit-in, vigil, and story told around a kitchen table adds a small weight to the side of the scale that insists human beings are more than the roles assigned to them by systems built on fear and hierarchy. Over time, these accumulated weights alter the balance, sometimes imperceptibly, sometimes in sudden shifts that reveal how much pressure has quietly been building below. The world remains hard in many places, yet it is less unyielding than it once was, marked by dents and fissures created by hands that refused to accept that brutality was the only available language of power, and by minds that learned, slowly, how to name and nurture other ways of living together. In the present, people in the United States wake each day inside a landscape that has been quietly shaped, for centuries, by choices about whose lives were to be guarded and whose lives could be spent. Streets that feel familiar, school buildings that seem ordinary, courthouses with their steps worn by uncounted feet, all stand upon layers of decisions made by earlier generations, decisions that often took for granted the usefulness of organized harm. Even where the scars of older violence are no longer visibly obvious, their traces remain folded into the names of counties and towns, into the locations of highways and industrial zones, into the size of police budgets and the distribution of parks and clinics. People drive past monuments that were raised to honor soldiers who fought to preserve slavery, live in neighborhoods defined long ago by red lines on survey maps, and pass through airport terminals and federal buildings named after leaders who defended segregation or ordered foreign bombings, moving through these spaces as if they were neutral, unaware that the very stones and signboards carry echoes of how force has been imagined and justified. In some places, those echoes have begun to catch the ear more insistently. Statues that once seemed permanent have been wrapped in protest banners or spray paint, or taken down by cranes in the early light of morning, leaving behind empty plinths and patches of discolored grass. School boards and city councils have debated whether to rename buildings that honor officials who wrote or enforced explicitly racist laws, and whether to replace them with names that speak to other histories, movements for civil rights, labor, or peace, artists and organizers who worked quietly to expand the circle of belonging. These acts of renaming and removal are often modest in physical scale: a new plaque, a vacant pedestal, a changed entry in a directory, yet they signal an awareness that the built environment is not merely a backdrop, but a kind of ongoing story about who deserves remembrance and what forms of power are to be celebrated or questioned. In that awareness lies the faint outline of a society beginning to examine not only individual episodes of brutality, but the deeper patterns that made those episodes feel natural to those who carried them out. Laws too bear the imprint of the past, and rethinking them is part of this slow attempt to step beyond the echo. Statutes written in eras of overt segregation and moral panic still linger in codes sometimes amended, sometimes quietly enforced in ways that fall unevenly on different communities. Sentencing rules drafted in the height of tough on crime. Politics continue to shape who is in prison, and for how long, even as crime patterns and social understandings have shifted. Immigration regulations, zoning ordinances, and welfare policies all carry, within their technical language, assumptions about who is likely to cause trouble, who is likely to need help, and what forms of discipline are acceptable. In recent years, some jurisdictions have introduced reforms that seek to reduce reliance on cash bail, to expand the use of diversion programs and restorative practices, to shorten sentences for certain offenses, or to decriminalize some behaviors that were previously treated as grounds for arrest. These changes, often limited and uneven, do not erase the underlying structures, but they mark points where the long habit of meeting social problems with cages is being questioned by those who see, in data and in human stories, how costly that habit has been. Alongside these formal changes, there is a quieter proliferation of experiments in care and repair that sit at the edge of official systems, sometimes supported by them, sometimes tolerated, sometimes in tension. Community groups organize mutual aid networks that provide food, rent assistance, and transportation in neighborhoods where state supports are thin, reducing the desperation that often feeds into cycles of petty crime and enforcement. Mental health professionals, social workers, and advocates in some cities have worked to create crisis response teams that can answer certain emergency calls without armed officers, based on the recognition that not every moment of distress requires a weapon and a badge at the door, and that sending such responses into situations of homelessness, addiction, or psychiatric crisis can escalate rather than soothe. Mediators and restorative justice practitioners bring together those who have harmed and those who have been harmed, when both agree, to speak about impact and to design reparative steps, not as a replacement for all legal processes, but as an alternative for some conflicts that would otherwise disappear into the impersonal machinery of courts and plea deals. There is also a growing attention to the question of material repair, to the possibility that historical harms might demand more than acknowledgements and memorials. In different cities and institutions, people have begun to trace, sometimes painstakingly, the ways in which wealth was accumulated through segregation, forced labor, land theft, and discriminatory access to credit. Universities investigate their ties to slavery. Churches examine their roles in colonization or boarding schools. Municipalities study how earlier policies contributed to present-day disparities in housing, health, and income. From these inquiries come proposals for reparative programs, funds to support descendants of those harmed, investments in neighborhoods that were systematically deprived of infrastructure, scholarships and training programs aimed at communities that were excluded from or punished by earlier systems. These efforts are controversial, and many remain in early or symbolic stages, but they represent a concrete attempt to treat brutality not as an unfortunate but unchangeable past, but as a chain of causes whose links can, to some small extent, be addressed in the present. At the level of imagination, there is a gradual shift in how safety and justice are pictured, even if institutional change lags behind. Artists, writers, and thinkers sketch alternative futures in which security does not rest primarily on the threat of punishment, but on the presence of stable housing, healthcare, education, and meaningful work. In their stories and images, neighborhoods are not zones to be watched and contained, but communities to be resourced so that cycles of desperation and harm are less likely to take shape. Public conversations about policing and prisons now more frequently include the language of abolition, not always in the sense of immediate disappearance, but as a horizon toward which reforms might aim, a world where the functions currently handled by armed enforcement and long-term confinement would be substantially reduced and reallocated. These ideas remain contested, and for many they feel unreal or unsettling, yet their very presence in mainstream discussion marks a departure from the older assumption that more force and more confinement are the only rational responses to fear. Memory continues to play a central, ambivalent role in this process. On the one hand, communities that have been subjected to generations of brutality carry deep wells of caution, and for many individuals the priority is not abstract reimagining, but the practical work of staying alive and keeping loved ones safe in environments where violence, whether state-inflicted or interpersonal, is still a daily risk. On the other hand, the preservation of stories about acts of resistance and solidarity offers models for how change can occur even under heavy constraints. When people visit museums that document slavery, lynching, or mass incarceration, when they walk through exhibits that show both suffering and organizing, they are invited to see themselves not only as inheritors of pain, but also as potential contributors to ongoing struggles to lessen that pain. The act of remembering in this sense becomes not a passive looking back, but a small training in noticing how past victories and setbacks were achieved, and how they might inform current choices. In the day-to-day lives of most Americans, these currents of reflection and experiment run alongside, rather than replacing, the more familiar routines of work, family, and entertainment. A person might drive along a highway built through a neighborhood that was once thriving and is now reduced, unaware of the specific history, yet pause later to sign a petition about police accountability or to attend a community meeting on school funding. A teenager might play games filled with stylized violence and then share videos documenting real-world abuses that trouble them, wondering why some incidents receive attention and others do not. A worker in a courthouse or a hospital might become gradually aware, through patterns of intake and discharge, of how unequal the flow of harm and help remains, and adjust their own decisions in quiet ways that tilt slightly toward leniency or extra effort on behalf of those who have least. None of these actions, on its own, dismantles the structures built over centuries, but together they suggest that the long shadow of brutality does not entirely determine the contours of the present. Within that shadow there are movements of light. In this sense, imagining an America after brutality's long shadow is less a matter of picturing a sudden, complete transformation than of discerning, within existing practices and possibilities, the elements of a different pattern. The first walls and public punishments, the crucifixions and slave markets, the branding irons and lynching trees, the solitary cells and armored convoys, all represent choices about how to respond to fear, conflict, and difference. They are not the only choices human beings are capable of making. When people organize to reduce harm rather than to redirect it, to repair rather than to punish, and to remember in ways that honor victims without glorifying perpetrators, they are, in effect, laying different stones for those who come after, altering the routes by which power moves through space and time. The process is slow, uneven, and often reversible, and the hardness of the world remains. But within that hardness there are places where persistence has begun to soften edges, to open small gaps through which new customs and institutions can take root, so that someone walking the same streets in a future century might find fewer echoes of the old cruelties and more traces of arrangements designed, from the outset, to keep as many bodies as possible safe from organized harm.